No, we have quorum now, but we have bare quorum. Okay, we have bare quorum, so we're going to go ahead this morning and want to welcome everybody to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee meeting. And of course, we have to commend our Raptors for an amazing, exciting game yesterday. Can't get enough of that. So want to call the meeting to order now and welcome the members of the committee and members of council that are visiting with us today. I just want to again remind anybody who would like to see the meeting unfold in real time that you go to www.toronto.ca/council. So let's get rolling here with declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, could I get a motion to confirm the minutes of the meeting of April 25th, 2016? I see Councillor Hollidays up there, his hand. That moved. All in favor? That's carried. We have before us 16 items, and I'm going to run through the agenda briefly and ask that we all hold items actually that where we have speakers in my name. And if we want to hold any other matters, then we will do that at this time. So PW 13.1 is non-competitive contracts with various contractors for parts and services for Toronto Water Ashbridges Bay treatment plant. Does anybody want to move that? Or so Councillor McMahon is moving that. All in favor? Carried. Next item is PW 13.2, amendment to purchase order number 6035-287 for engineering services for construction contract administration for the main substation replacement at Humber Wastewater Treatment Plant. That's Councillor Hollidays moved that. All in favor? Carries. PW 13.3, contract award tender call for St. Clair Reservoir. All those, or sorry, would someone like to move that? We're on a roll. Councillor Lee is moving that. All those in favor? That carries. PW 13.4, non-competitive contracts for Alpha Laval and Pro Aqua for proprietary parts, equipments, and services at various water treatment and wastewater facilities. All those, or sorry, Councillor Lee's got his hand up to move it. All those in favor? That carries. PW 13.5, amendment to purchase order 6041872, and this is for the Disco Road Organics Processing Facility. Would someone like to move that? Should we hold this to come on? Okay. All right. Councillor McMahon is moving that. All those in favor? Carried. PW 13.6. This is an amendment to the contract for maintenance and operational of electrical traffic control and related devices. This is Councillor Lee has moved that. Thank you, Councillor Lee. All those in favor? That carries. Excellent. This is going very well so far. PW 13.7, construction coordination agreement with Toronto Hydro.
Chair, I'd like to hold that, but I'm going to try to get my questions answered by the time it comes up.
Okay, that is great. So I'm going to put it down in Councillor Holliday's name, and we'll see how he does with staff. Authority to PW 13.8, authority to enter into renewable natural gas projects. As a presentation, that's right. Thank you for reminding me about that. So we'll look forward to that. And now on to PW 13.9. Traffic control signals, Finch Avenue West and Finch, I guess it's Sentinel Road and Finch West LRT. Somebody want to move that? Councillor McMahon's moving that. All in favor? That carries. And this next item, we have lots of speakers on. 13.10, Liberty New Street. PW 13.11, we have speakers on. I'll hold that in my name. PW 13.12, the effectiveness of extended construction working hours and improved public awareness on managing traffic disruption. Does anybody want to hold that? Okay, it's moved. Wow, excellent. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. My hand in the air, wildly. Excellent work to staff on that. That's a real success story for the City of Toronto. Thank you, Michael DeAndrea, and your whole team, your whole amazing team. You guys are doing such a great job on that. And congratulations on the Dowling Bridge as well. You can go home now. That's your reward for today for your excellent work in service to the City of Toronto. PW 13.13, feasibility of collecting solid waste for businesses and residents located on the north side of College Street. What do you want to do with this one? Councillor McMahon?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. So Councillor Bilal has asked me to hold this for her till she comes.
Okay,
Don't
so
mind.
let's hold that for Councillor Bailao, and we're going to hold that one. And then PW 13.14, preparing the city for Toronto for autonomous vehicles. I'd like to hold that for now. And then on to PW 13.15, bike repair, rebuilds, stations, and do-it-yourself repair hubs. What if we refer that to staff? Can we refer that one to staff? Okay, refer to staff. Is that all right, councillors? So I'll move to refer that to staff, and all in favor. You don't get to vote, Councillor Ainsley.
I'm just stretching my arm.
Sorry. Okay, so next one is PW 13.16. Sorry? Oh, that's right. We have a speaker on that. So we'll hold that, and then I think we're almost there. We are at the end. That's it.
Councillor? We do number 16 first, since there's one speaker.
It's up to the committee. Does the committee want to do that first?
He just wants to leave.
Is Hamish on the other speaker? He's on everything, yeah. What does the committee want to do? Okay, so there's a move. All in favor? So moved. That carries, and so we'll start that item now. Any questions for staff on this item? I have some. Oh, I'm sorry, Hamish. Come on up, Hamish. There he is. I couldn't see him. He's hiding.
Lurking but listening, or trying to. Thank you. I'll try and suggest quickly that we really do need to do a better job. Pardon me, sir? Oh, okay. Okay. Right, okay, well, good. In order to provide appropriate bicycling through the winter, we've also got to make sure that the lanes get cleared properly. I know sometimes it's less easy because it's such a huge city, and you know, in some ways the cycling population and ridership does decline during the course of the winter, and that's understandable. Because it is dangerous out there sometimes. We have a different set of standards for clearing sidewalks and clearing roads and clearing transit stops than we do for clearing bike lanes sometimes. And despite the lack of winter this winter, it was really quite pronounced how little snow we actually had. It was cold, yes, there was some ice, but when we did get snow, quite honestly, the clearing was at times quite inadequate. The separated lanes were usually plowed pretty well, as in my limited experience, but the priority lanes, snow clearing lanes on the viaduct, for instance, were bad. They were just bad. I'm sorry. I haven't been able to actually produce all the pictures that I'd like to show in print, but let me go to one and see if we can put this on the it's coming up soon. Yeah, this is a rough shot if the camera will take it, if you can get in there. This is, oh, that's bad, but that's about where the bike lane is, and that's the snow bank as you approach the Broadview. In the past years, we have this sort of thing where you have a bike lane totally fouled up. This is a consistent problem of indented parking. It is not plowed out well during the any snowfall, so invariably it seems, and you can't blame the car drivers completely. You know, they park where they can park relatively easily, and that's where it's plowed out. So the bike lanes where there are indented parking on Roncesvalles, perhaps, I'm not so aware of that, but on College Street in particular, this is St. George, this is College Street, the upper, that's the lower St. George Street. The bike lanes disappear, and that's wrong. Another issue.
You're at 3 minutes because the time's wrong. Just so you know, you're at 3 minutes because the clock stops.
Okay,
so.
thank you. Another issue is how, in order to enable transit stop clearing, they tend to often block the bike lanes or create pinch points, which is really a hazard for cyclists. Sometimes when the sidewalks are cleared, this occurred again at St. George and Hoskin. The bike lanes disappear with snowbanks, even before the issue with how they aren't plowed properly. This is the viaduct a couple of summers ago. There really are problems with how the bike lanes are and aren't cleared out. We really need to have a consistent lane width rather than bike lines. You know, like a half cleared would be great.
Okay.
We don't always get that. So it's still a persistent problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for you, unless our visiting councillors do what Councillor Ainsley does, actually. He's going to go ahead.
Mr. Wilson, so one of the complaints that I get from my residents that bike in all the time, one of the complaints I get more often than not is that, it snows, the bike lane gets cleared out, and then the shop owners shovel the snow onto the bike lanes. They come back at the end of the day, they'll call 311, and staff will say, well, we cleared that out this morning.
That's a persistent problem, not only in terms of the city doing a reasonable job to begin with, and then shopkeepers, as you say, or homeowners putting the snow into the things, or sometimes delivery trucks will come in and mess up good work as they drag out. Sometimes the city on the viaduct, for instance, used, picking up the trash, drove right into the snowbanks and then dragged the snow back out. You almost need to think about using the sidewalk plows or some sort of follow-up snow plowing with a smaller vehicle just to tidy it up, to go through some of these bike lanes, don't give us the full width necessarily, like the snow has to go somewhere, but don't use the entire bike lane, please, for snow storage. So following up with a sidewalk plow or a smaller truck with a snow plow, I think might help an awful lot for a lot of these issues like your constituents have complained about, rightfully, I would imagine.
Any other questions from visiting councillors? No? Okay, I have a question. Your photos, what are the date and year of those photos?
The ones that I was sharing were from last year, I believe, so they're not entirely correct in terms of what the problems have been this year. I haven't been able to dig them all out and send them in from this past winter. The viaduct was really rough. The problems with the indented parking were also pretty bad when we had snow. I can share a number of pictures with you over time, Councillor. I'll be happy to try and get through that. But
so
yeah.
You realize, though, that we ran a pilot, and then we started actually, we thought the pilot was successful and worthy, and now we're trying to roll it out fully, and all of that takes time. So I don't think your pictures are actually very fair or reflective to the good work staff have done in getting those lanes cleared. I would have wished you said that, you know, we're actually doing something, we're making a big step forward for the city in actually doing this, because there's a lot of residents who actually don't agree with it. They say there's not enough volume in the winter months and that you shouldn't be doing that, and some of us are criticized for that. So I think showing old pictures is very misleading and very demotivating for staff who really worked hard on. So my question to you is, why are you showing old pictures that are dated and aren't reflective of what we're doing, the work we're doing currently?
Well, I think what I tried to couch what I was saying with using the older pictures in that, yes, there's been a lot of good work with the separated lane plowings. They're not so bad, but in terms of the pilot, for instance, if you're championing doing the viaduct better, it was bad, B-A-D, capital B-A-D. I'm sorry, I'm a mere citizen running on empty sometimes, and I can't have the tech support that staff does. It does, like, for 10 years worth now, trying to get bluer bike lanes, nice to have a little bit of movement for that. But if you'd would like to go out sometime in the wintertime and try biking yourself, councillors, I would strongly suggest that you try the Bloor Viaduct and try College Street, try St. George Street, or some of the other roads. And I think you'll get a sense that the reason that there are fewer cyclists in the wintertime is that, damn it, the road, it's suicycle. Some of us aren't that suicycle. Some of us modify how we travel by changing our bikes, changing our tires to studded tires. We need consistency. And yes, it's been nice that there's been a degree of change to actually plow things better. But because of the inconsistencies and not knowing when you're going to have inconsistencies in your travels, you know, sometimes that's why I'm not always keen on having the bike lanes be so separated, because you don't know what you're going to get. I kind of like a wider curb lane sometimes, so you can get out and be part of the traffic. Yes, it may be slightly unfair, but we didn't have very much snow this winter. So you should have millions.
Can I ask one more quick question?
Yes.
So in prioritizing the cleaning of the roads, sidewalks, and bicycle lanes, what do you think the priority should be? When we have a huge dumping across the city, what's the priority? How should it unfold in your mind, the operations of cleaning?
Well, it does depend. I recognize that it's a huge city. Food delivery needs to happen. To some degree, you need to make sure that the expressways are clear for the trucks to bring the food in. So there's some sense to having the expressways and the car arterials plowed pretty quickly. But I would suggest that in the core, where bike lanes can relieve the crowded transit because everything grinds down, some of the so there should be priority routes for the bikes on places like the Viaduct, like the Queen's Quay, like some of the other streets like College Street, where bikes.
So you're saying the expressways and then the bike lanes? Is that your order?
Well,
That's what you just said. That's my understanding.
that seems to make some
Not
sense.
the sidewalks? The sidewalks shouldn't be prioritized,
Perhaps less so.
less so than the bike lanes?
Yeah, I know it's a huge city.
So people can't walk on the streets and slip, fall, people in wheelchairs, we shouldn't be making that a priority?
Well, you've got such a huge apparatus, Councillor. I'm sure that,
When there's a huge dumping across the city,
Yes.
we've got thousands of kilometers of streets to clear and thousands of kilometers of sidewalks. I'd like to know what you think should be the order so that we have your input on this.
Well, I would suggest that the expressway should, and they do come
You
first.
said that, what next?
Well, it's a huge city. In some areas, like the center of the city, I would suggest that the bike lanes might be worthy of higher priority than perhaps some of the roads. And the sidewalks, yes, that's an issue. For sure, getting around and getting to the transit, getting your bike out. But I think also we need to recognize that when winter happens, we can't expect to have bare sidewalk, bare, best conditions of mobility. In fact, it might be useful to contemplate seasonal slowdown, so we actually reduce the speed limits during wintertime to reflect the realities of wintertime.
Okay, I think our time's up. We seem to be having clock issues today. It seems to be stopping, and so it's stopped at 3:08, so thank you for that. All right, questions for staff? Councillor Lee. Oh, no. Councillor, do you have a councillor? No? Okay, Councillor Lee then.
Thank you very much. Now, the request is for a report back on June the 20th. Is that possible? I mean, it's 1 month away to our director.
Through the chair, that would be a little quick. I mean, I have no problem responding to, I guess, some of the issues. I probably would speak to the councillor about specifically what are some of the issues that we're witnessing out there, and then we could respond directly to those elements.
Yeah, but the request is for 3 items here: report on the bike lane, winter maintenance, provide information on equipment, and map
Through
all
the
those
chair.
three.
Yeah, through the chair, I probably would prefer to report back in third quarter. At this point, we are probably about 2 weeks away of submitting for the next round of PWIC, so
Okay.
if preferable.
All right, so I can move an amendment, report back in September?
Just refer it to staff.
Yeah,
Okay, Councillor Holliday also has a question.
thank you.
I just wondered if city staff could just go over the existing service level for bicycle lane winter maintenance and how that differs from road and sidewalks, and how this report would be contemplating something different other than just equipment.
Through the chair, we had reported back, Counselor, in, checking my dates here, I guess it was 2014, in advance of the re-release of the new winter contract, for what was identified as the bike priority network. We were actually looking to give it the same service that we would be giving arterials. And again, the priority network is not the entire bike system, but primarily several key routes such as the Bloor Viaduct, the cycle tracks, and also contraflow lanes. So again, the goal in those locations was a high level of service similar to arterials. The difference is, though, is that on many of these routes, what we experience is that the expectation is that we get to bare and dry pavement. Now, on most arterials, that occurs because of automobile volumes crushing ice or crushing salt into the ice that makes the ice go away. In cycling areas, when we get thin sheets of ice and put salt on it, we don't get that same effect. So we do have issues, particularly where we have windrows between the bike lanes and the arterial road, where over time that water melts and often slides across the bike lanes, at which point in time, again, salting becomes challenging.
So are we talking about getting into snow removal where it would otherwise be plowing?
We are plowing and we are salting. We are trying some new techniques as well.
Okay.
This year, we've put a trailer on one of our snow plows that, again, has multiple wheels with the intent that it activates the ice like vehicles would on a regular arterial road. Outside of that, it does become more challenging. There are some tools that we can look at that Otto is using, but again, all of them will come with a cost.
So if I heard you correct, to paraphrase, we have uplifted the service level on certain streets to the arterial level where there are bicycle facilities as a means to better serve those bicycle facilities. And we've got some additional trials on techniques. We're not doing snow removal. Okay, that all said, we have contracts in place right now. What is the implication on this to the contracts? Do we have to wait till those contracts are up to change anything?
Through the chair, what we would typically do is often for any enhanced services that we add during the duration of the contract, we would often negotiate with the contractor to see if we can get to a reasonable price for any increases or modifications.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions? I'll just ask staff about Councillor Ainsley's comment about retailers. I mean, how do we manage that? Retailers, you go ahead and you clear it, and retailers are pushing it out there. Can councillors play a role in helping with that, or how do we address that? That's a very difficult scenario.
Through the chair, yes, the big challenge we have too, as well as is locations with curb cuts. So locations such as driveways, we often see driveway owners actually pushing snow off either the boulevard out into the bicycle lanes. So you can often see tracks through there, as well as delivery trucks that basically mount windrows and then drag the snow back into the bike lanes. I guess our best recommendation is we do typically, after we do the first servicing, we typically do try to come back within 48 hours. Again, at that time, maybe it is too long if something happened immediately after we did the plowing. But we would request that the public call 311 with specific locations, and we do typically have pickups that go out and try to pick up these one-offs.
Okay, but a difficult scenario. I mean, maybe councillors can help by putting it in their newsletters and saying, you know, help keep the streets clear by not doing that.
Yeah,
because-
we do try to promote we have been trying to do additional messaging during snowstorms that doesn't always get picked up, but about it being illegal to push snow into the right-of-way. Again, there's certain locations where businesses do a great job of it. There's other locations where they do not do a good job of it. If folks see it happening, you can call 311 and request a bylaw officer to go visit the site. And what we typically do is issue warnings and ask them to remove the snow from the roadway and put it back on private land, but we can issue fines if people are doing it time and again.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move to speakers. Councillor Ainsley or Councillor Layton, do you want to start? Whoever.
I'll just be very brief. As a winter cyclist, I'm just over a 3-season cyclist. So when there's a lot of snow on the ground and it's coming down, I don't cycle. But when the lanes are cleared, I will start cycling again. I got several emails this year about snow in bike lanes. It's really when the ice forms after the snow melts a little bit that is the worst of it. But I'd like to give a thanks to staff for moving as far as we have with respect to salting bike lanes. The approach that we took when this issue came up in the last term of council really wasn't one of an either or. It wasn't we're going to do this or this. It was how could we get the maximum amount of bikeway plowed while undertaking our other priorities. And I think that it was a good approach that was taken. It said, you know what, on major arterials or collectors that have bike lanes, we'll make sure that we do a little bit extra in that bike lane to try to clear it. Are we there yet? Is it perfect? No, it's not. And I understand there are some difficulties with bike lanes. I'm happy to hear that we're continuously going to try to improve that, though. And I think we really need to focus on the notion that what works in a street for the automobile section of a street won't actually work for a two-wheel bicycle section of the street, and we need to figure out ways of managing them both in a cost-effective manner. So I eagerly look forward to any other recommendations that come forward about how can we continuously improve on that, and thank staff for their work to this point.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. I'm going to speak from over here because I do have a picture that I brought with me. I've been on council for 10 years. You know, as we heard from one of the deputants and Councillor Layton just said, we have a lot of different priorities in the city. It's a huge city. Everybody's trying to travel from point A to point B. We're trying to make it as easy as possible. When it comes to bike lanes, I want to thank staff for all the work. You know, the system's expanding each and every year. I think we've made that one of our priorities. You know, generally when it comes to snow removal and care of bike lanes in the winter, I think we do an excellent job. The reason I brought this forward, though, is I think, you know, no system is perfect. My ward's in the east end of Scarborough. I have one other ward between myself and Pickering, and I've started having residents they're biking downtown to get to work. They're doing it all year round. One of the concerns and why I brought this forward, and I'll just show this picture, which also, so this is off my Instagram account. This is on Richmond Street. This was taken, I posted this on Instagram on January 7th. So if you look at this, the green is actually the bike lane. This boulder of rock and ice is in the middle of the bike lane. You can see it flattened down on the other side of it. The reason that I'm bringing this forward is this is a picture that was originally taken by one of my residents of the Richmond Street bike lane. That block of ice or snow was there for 9 days. I called 311, my residents called 311. This one picture that I posted on Instagram had about a dozen of other emails and posting on social media from my residents that are taking their bikes and going downtown. The Bloor Street Viaduct was raised. Other spots on Adelaide were raised. Kingston Road. So, you know, staff, I'm not here to fault staff. I'm just saying I don't think the system is perfect. And for something like this to be there for 9 days is something that I think we need to deal with if we're going to have bike lanes, encouraging people to use them. One of the other items on this report talks about autonomous vehicles and using autonomous vehicles. You know, we're moving leaps and bounds, I think, in this city. I just saw a presentation at the Mars Center last week that talked about autonomous vehicles and that, you know, in 15 to 25 years, you won't have to worry about your kids learning to drive when they turn 16. They're probably going to be in one of the driverless cars. So, you know, as we're moving forward, we need to look at how we take care of our bike lane maintenance as well. And that's why the recommendations are here. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Lee, are you going to refer to staff? Is that? You're going to move to refer to staff?
Yes, I'm moving a referral to staff with all the requests.
Okay.
They can report back.
All right, thank you. And I'm just going to speak on this, and I just want to applaud staff. We just, the beginning of this term, ran the pilot. It was successful, and I think they're doing an excellent job. Everybody can show a picture of a pothole or a sidewalk somewhere in the city that didn't get looked after. I think the best tactic here is to speak to staff and have a meeting with them versus putting motions forward at committee, and just find out what's going on and highlight this for staff. I think it's very important, and I'm actually going to put a motion forward myself on reports. Every division in this city is just saturated with report writing challenges and duties. The list of reports we have are as long as my arm, and so I'm putting forward this motion for committee to have the DCM report back on at our next meeting on the divisional work plan for the remainder of 2016 and on any outstanding requests for staff reports, because I think committee will be very surprised to see the number of reports that this division is trying to churn out. So I just think we've made great headway in this area, leaps and bounds. We've gone out, we have specialized equipment we're using, and staff that are dedicated to clearing those bike lanes. Are we perfect? No. But when there's a huge dumping across the city, it's very challenging to make sure that we're getting to every corner and every nook and cranny in the city. So I applaud staff for their work. This is new. There are some people, I get emails all the time thinking we shouldn't even be clearing them in the winter because they think there isn't the volume. I've gone on record saying I don't agree with that, but there are people from that perspective. So I actually think we're doing a great job, and I want to thank staff for their efforts on this, and hope you'll support this motion to get this report back from staff on what they're up to. We have 2 motions. Did you want to speak? 2 motions. So Councillor Lee's motion to refer to staff and my motion to ask for a list of reports. Okay, so all in favor of Councillor Lee's motion? That's unanimous. That's carried. And then my motion for the report back on reports. Reports. All in favor? Okay. Reports. All right, that carried. All right, we're on to our next item. Thank you very much.
I don't think it works. Oh, it works. Yeah, I wanted to hold 13.9, and if I'd like to ask that if we can reopen that, because I have some questions on that.
Is that your award?
It's my award.
Okay, so can we have a motion to reopen that? Councillor Holiday, all in favor? That carries. So we're reopening that, and we can actually debate that next if you'd like. But first, I'd like to release, or actually ask Councillor Holiday's agreed to release PW 13.7. Construction Coordination Agreement with Toronto Hydro. He's got his answers from staff, and he's prepared to release that.
I'm prepared to release that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. All in favor? That is carries. Okay, so let's now go to PW 13.9, which we just reopened.
You know what, do we have, I'd like to hold it.
Oh, you need a bit of time?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna, yeah.
Okay, so let's just hold that in Councillor Perutz's name. So where are we at then? Oh, 13.8? Okay, that's right. So let's do that next, 13.8. If the general manager would come forward to make a presentation. So this is authority to enter into renewable natural gas projects.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of committee. While we're getting set up here, I'll just do a quick intro. I know there's a lengthy list of speakers today, so we'll be brief. I just wanted to take a quick opportunity, and we appreciate the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about this renewable natural gas demonstration project that is in front of committee today. This is, at least in our opinion, a great news story both for our division and for the city as a whole. We thought we'd give you a little bit of background on it to kind of introduce what we're proposing to do here. As I'm sure everyone has seen over the last few years in particular, there's been a societal shift where there's a greater focus on environmental sustainability, on climate change, on alternative energy sources. And fortunately, I have a great team in the division who's been working on this and has found a way to meet all three of those with one project for the city. The hard work of Carlisle and Chris, who are here with me today to give the presentation, and also Rob Orpin, who's enjoying a week of vacation, really deserve the credit. But really what we're looking at here is improving the environmental performance of our facility and in the meantime generating a new revenue stream to offset our costs within the division. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Carlisle to walk you through the slide deck.
Thank you very much, Jim. Members of the committee, through the chair, I'm pleased to be in front of you today to present a project that staff have been working on over the last few months, years. It really represents a shift in biogas projects and what we can do with it. I have 6 slides which we're quickly going to go through. Traditionally, biogas landfill gas utilization has been focused around electricity production. Today, we find ourselves in the position where we can view the biogas as a resource, and we're looking at alternative ways of utilizing the biogas that will give us better flexibility, a better return on investment, and overall benefit to the environment and social outcomes. So we're taking a triple bottom line approach. Once the biogas or landfill gas, and we're really focused on the biogas in this presentation for the Disco Road Organics Processing Facility. Once the biogas is further processed, it's cleaned up and injected into the pipeline. The array of uses are wide open, so we can go from end to end on the spectrum, and you'll see that in my presentation. Our base case analysis is really around the use of diesel. So when you look at using diesel, a liter diesel versus renewable natural gas, there's a 93% reduction in emissions, which helps the cities overall in terms of reaching its GHG greenhouse gas requirements reduction targets for 2020 and 2050. This slide really is a depiction of the process, and it really is meant to give a very simplistic overview of what's happening. The residents, they place their material into the organics carts. The driver in step 2 collects the material. Currently, the material is being shipped to the Disco Road Organics Processing Facility, and right now it is fully commissioned and running. We're processing 75,000 tons per year. Once the organics are received on the tip floor, there's a pre-treatment step that, in essence, removes the contaminants from the material, and then it's treated and processed and then fed into the anaerobic digesters. As a result of that, as the material is decomposed, it breaks down. There's a generation of biogas, and that's our 4th step. This biogas goes through an upgrading facility. It's cleaned to natural gas quality, and at that point in time, it can be injected into the system. So currently, we're processing about 75,000 tons of material per year, and our biogas production is about 4.3 million cubic meters of RNG, renewable natural gas. Next slide. As Jim alluded to, this is a good news story, and we tried to put some context around it. What does this mean, 4.3 million cubic meters of biogas? So there's a resource online. Unfortunately, it's from the US EPA, and it's American focused, but what you're going to see is these numbers allow you to put it in context. They're still very impressive, even though you put in a margin of 20%, but what we're talking about is 8 million pounds of coal. So we're offsetting that. It's the equivalent of 825,000 gallons of gasoline being consumed. 4.3 million liters, cubic meters of biogas is equivalent to 18 million miles driven by a representative vehicle. It represents about 7,000 acres of forested areas. So this slide is really meant to give you a sense of the magnitude and the essence of it and put it in context for members of the committee. Our following slide really is one that speaks about the emission. Diesel versus RNG, renewable natural gas, is a lot cleaner. There's a 93% reduction in the emissions. This includes both upstream and downstream emissions, so this is a good news story, and like I said earlier in slide 1, it helps the city move towards its greenhouse gas emission requirements and reductions in 2020 and 2050. Graphically, you can see on the right that there's a 93% reduction in emissions. We did a quick and dirty behind the napkin calculation, and we were saying, okay, what's the best case and what's the worst case scenario? We looked at the price of diesel, and this is something that's very difficult for staff to predict, but we gave it our best shot. The red line really represents diesel increasing by $0.01 per year over the life cycle of this project. The green line, which is the upper limit, represents a 5-cent increase per year. It's extremely difficult to predict the price of diesel. In addition, there's a program out there, cap and trade program, which everyone's heard about. The price per ton of carbon that we will now be able to sell on the open market is something that's really difficult to produce. But at the end of the day, the payback period for this project is somewhere between 2 and 3 years. So making the go, no-go decision on this project was fairly obvious for staff and for senior management. My final slide really speaks to some of the key points. Solid waste management, there's a shift from waste to a resource. We're managing a resource within our program. It's a renewable source of energy. We've taken a triple bottom line approach, looking at the biogas and landfill gas utilization, simply producing energy. There's a lot of better alternatives out there. We are looking at the environmental, social, and economic benefits. The Disco Road Organics Processing Facility can produce approximately or over 4 million cubic meters of renewable natural gas. This is an alternative source of revenue for our program. It offsets the operating costs, so we see it as driving efficiencies throughout our program. And the renewable natural gas projects have the potential to benefit the city as a whole. So that once again, is a good news story. And with that, that's pretty much our presentation. And we'll be happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you very much. That was excellent. Well done. So Councillor Holyday has some questions for you.
Thank you. I wondered if you could talk a little bit about how this works with the cap and trade program and how we might generate revenue out of this or savings.
So through you, Chair, the cap and trade program is still a draft. We don't know exactly what it's going to say. What we do know is that this project would qualify for offsets, so it's an additional revenue stream that anything we do through this type of a program would qualify for a revenue stream through the new cap and trade program. We just don't know exactly how much yet.
Okay. Are we producing any biogas right now, or is this really just to begin the pilot steps? And
We are producing biogas right now at both our anaerobic digestion facilities and at the landfill sites.
Right.
Unfortunately, at this point, we're not harnessing it. We are simply flaring it off.
that was my next question: is where is this gas going right now?
It is being flared right now, so we have a
into the
resource we are not utilizing.
Burning the gas in the air.
Correct.
And will this, and forgive me because it's buried in here, this will exceed our fleet needs? At least the natural gas vehicles, or come close to it?
Once, what we're proposing to do is to start with the Disco anaerobic digestion facility as a demonstration project to make sure that we understand all the implications.
4 million cubic meters?
Yes, and that, I'll turn it over to Carlisle, and the answer is about 90% of our fleet needs just from the Disco anaerobic digestion facility.
Just from the Disco?
Just from Disco.
Okay.
So once we get that underway and understand exactly how it works and that it is working and doing everything that we believe it will, then we can look at tapping into the other facilities, and that will be a revenue stream that we can then look at what's the marketplace to actually sell that gas into.
So if I've got this right, potentially, if it all works out well, we will produce more gas than we use in at least your department, and have a surplus of energy that we can sell.
Absolutely.
That's being burnt into the air today.
Absolutely.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to, sorry, through the chair, just to add to Jim's comments, once we clean the biogas and we get it into the pipeline, we can use it for our fleet, we can use it to heat our buildings, we can sell it to any industrial applications. It is a source of renewable energy.
Other questions? Seeing none, any speakers on this item? Councillor Lee, go ahead.
I'm just going to go for staff recommendation to authorize, because it's a good thing to do, and we will be helping with our climate change and also helping with our, fueling our gas, so we have to buy less fuel. So everything is good about this, so let's move forward with it. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that's unanimous, hopefully. So all those in favor? Looks like it's unanimous. Congratulations, staff, great work. All right, we're going to move on. On to, Councillor Prutz, are you ready now with your item?
Actually, my
next?
staff is working on an amendment that I'd
Okay,
like
so
to
we'll
move
hold
in.
that down?
So they haven't come back. I'm assuming it's not ready yet.
Okay, so let's hold that down, and we're going to move on to PW 13.10, Liberty New Street Environmental Assessment Study. And we have a number of speakers on this item, so I think we'll start there. So our first speaker is, can you hand me the speakers list? Okay, first speaker on this item is Mark Peel. I hope I'm saying that right. Mark, are you here? From Denton's? No, Mark. Okay. Next speaker is Leona Savoy from Liberty Village BIA. She's not here. Okay. Rod Bell is our next speaker. Welcome, Rod. So, Rod, you have 5 minutes. You just turn the mic on in front of you, and I'll give you a little warning as you're getting close.
Okay. Thank you, councillors, committee members. As I was listening to the bike lane presentation, I was thinking to myself, it would be nice to have a bike lane in Liberty Village because it's we don't even have a bike lane. I'm Rod Bell. I'm the chair of the Liberty Village BIA. And for full transparency, I'm also a commercial property owner in Liberty Village. And we have 300,000 square foot commercial development going on. Liberty Village has exploded in recent times. It's a campus-style employment area that forms what we call the creative tech hub of Toronto. We're home to companies such as Kobo, Cassette Advertising, Soft Choice, Joe Fresh, and many more. There's just over probably 600 workers, 600 businesses in Liberty Village with over 10,000 employees. And that number of employees is expected to more than double in the next 5 to 7 years, just with the developments, commercial developments that are slated. And if anybody's been around the Liberty Village area recently, in the last 5 years, there's approximately 20 to 25,000 net new residents in the neighborhood. So it's expanded quite a bit. The need for an east-west new road has never been greater. And this road that we're looking at, that has been envisioned, isn't just for Liberty Village, it's for all of Toronto. Anybody who visits the X or comes down to some of the events such as the Indy knows how crowded it gets down there. So with the Argos moving into the X, and now we have the Raptors training center there, and we have the Toronto FC expansion, the congestion in Liberty Village is quite substantial. I brought just a couple of pictures here. Yep. So this is Liberty Village on a good day, and sometimes it takes about 20 minutes to just exit Liberty Village after a day of working. It gets backed up from Dufferin all the way to Atlantic. So imagine if, when the number of employees doubles in Liberty Village, what it's going to look like. When the Indy's on, it's almost impossible to get in and out of Liberty Village. This road has been contemplated, I guess, for about 20 years by the city in various forms and incarnation. As a representative of Liberty Village, we just really urge that at this point in time, we kind of get on with it and get this road built. Thank you very much.
Just very quickly in one question, if you could outline for us the size of the employment area, how many employees, and how has that growth looked at the last 10 years?
So we estimate there's 10,000 employees. The growth on the employment side in the last 10 years has probably been about, it's probably doubled from about 5,000. That's just a transformation of, I think, light industrial to more commercial uses. But just with the projects, there's 3 projects slated right now that will bring in another 5,000 employees in the next 3 to 5 years, and I expect more thereafter. So I expect there's going to be a doubling.
And the local road opens up several new properties for redevelopment.
That's
for
correct.
Commercial employment uses.
That's correct,
Do you
because
know how many properties it is that will be opened up by the new road?
I don't know how many properties, but I would say that it's probably, I mean, at least 4 million square feet of commercial property.
It's not that they'd be opened up for business, because they're already doing business. It's the fact
No, along the new road.
that
Yeah.
they get busy already. It's 10 acres of land.
10 acres of land.
10 acres of land, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions for me?
Thank you. Thank you for speaking to us. One of the things you mentioned was that 20 to 25,000 new people moved into the area in the last couple of years. Can you comment a little bit about the public consultation process and what, if any, recent activity there has been? I think the report talks about the last round as being 2011. And do you feel that people affected are fully aware of what's happening with this?
I believe there's been several consultations on this road. I know that the Residents Association, I'm not sure if they're here today, are in support of this road, because at that end it gets pretty congested as well. The Liberty Village BIA doesn't represent the residents, so I'm not sure about the consultation that got done at that, but I've met with the Transportation Department several times, and so has various property owners in Liberty Village.
So for at least your owners, the owners that are members of your association, you feel that they're adequately informed of this, given it's been a long process. I mean, it's 10 years, I guess, here, and it's been quiet for the last few.
Yeah, definitely.
Even the new ones.
Definitely the property owners are informed. I'm not sure about all the employees, but
Okay.
you know, Liberty Village is unique in that there's a handful of property owners that control a good portion of the land, so of the properties.
Well, the other question I have for you is, in the city of Toronto, we have a really bad habit of, I use Councillor Perutz's term, of gumming up downtown streets. What inevitably happens is people say, look at all the cars here, you know, this is where I live, this is my business here. People can't be motoring through here and using this as a cut through. We're being asked to build a road for a lot of money. And to me, it has tremendous utility from a transportation perspective, because it allows you to bypass a really difficult stretch of King Street, and it allows relief for people in your neighborhood to get in and out. Would you be able to be comfortable in making the statement that you won't be pursuing in the future, through your councillor, those ideas of creating one-way streets and speed humps and stop signs and making all sorts of deterrents to create a stop for cars and to quiet down the street?
I mean, I would be, but I can't speak on behalf of the BIA.
So you
100%.
can't speak on behalf of-
No, because I'd have to put it in front of our BIA to decide that. But there's not a lot of residents that you're going through along this road, right? It's along the railway
Yep, got it.
corridor, so that kind of alleviates that problem. And I should also mention that the road isn't just for cars. It's, you know,
Of course.
there's a bike lane proposed on that road and a promenade.
Well, that's great, but that's my worry, is that it, you know, eventually turns into a bike lane or a very, very local road that really, no one's really going to use unless you're going to turn a car around at a cost of $75 million.
Yeah, no, I realize it is a very expensive road, and we really do need it to alleviate car traffic.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Yeah, you're not finished yet. I've got a couple of questions for you. Thank you very much for coming down and presenting on the BIA. I do have a BIA in my area as well. Now, my concern is that we are asking for this development, this road. Now, during development process of new developments in the area, or changes in the area. We normally have developers coming, present their traffic studies and and all that. You think this is adequate? Is the BIA asked to provide input that the new developments occurring in the area is going to create this kind of congestion? Is the BIA asked?
We don't, I would be surprised if the Transportation Department hasn't undertaken those studies. I mean, when we build a building, we're asked to do those studies for parking purposes and a number of other things. But there's been study after study after study that has been done. We haven't done it through the BIA per se. But in our master plan for the BIA, we do support a new road.
Okay.
And part of that exercise was done by the planning partnership who did our master plan.
So, but does the BIA look at individual developments in your area to ensure that the roads and network of roads support new developments in the area without having the public having to pay for it when the developer gets all the benefits?
I don't quite understand your question. I mean, the master plan, which was done by the BIA, supports the road. And sure, the commercial property owners support the road as well. How it gets funded is another question altogether. But we're in support of having this road.
Thank you.
I also have some questions for you. So I guess, would a bike lane do instead of a road? I'm just joking, teasing.
If it's plowed.
Councillor Layton loves bike lanes, so. So it's a big price tag for the city to undertake this. Who do you think should be footing the bill, given that there has been so much development, and there's going to be, looking into the future, a lot of development in that area? Who should be footing the bill for this street?
Well, first off, the city should pay for part of it. That's what our taxes are for. And then I think that the commercial property owners would probably be prepared to put something into the pot as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you're done now. Thank you, good work. Our next speaker is Robert Eisenberg, York Heritage Properties. Welcome.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes, and you just make sure your mic's on. Oh, hi.
Hi there.
How are you?
Actually, oh golly, my presentation is about 6.5 minutes. I'm serious. So I'll try to be really quick, and I apologize for my voice and for the fact that I'm going to be repeating a lot of information that you people already know, but some of you may not. So the Liberty Village story is one of transformation from a dying industrial precinct to one of the most dynamic and innovative economic hubs in Canada. 20 years ago, most of the manufacturing and warehouse uses had already moved to the suburbs or abroad, and the dilapidated old buildings were threatened by disuse. Liberty Village didn't even exist. The area was known by planners as the Liberty Triangle of Garrison Common, and by people who worked in the old building simply as King Dufferin. But the Liberty Village story is only half told. Let me give you some quick facts. It's about 16 city blocks, bounded by Hanna, Dufferin, King, and the rail corridor. Employment during the 1950s was mostly in heavy industry, about 5,000 people. Employment in the early 1990s was down to 3,000. Most of the heavy building industry had moved out. Curbs and sidewalks were in a state of disrepair. Street lighting and wayfinding were poor or non-existent. Employment in 2014, and you're going to be floored by this, 11,200 people. Almost all, and this is really critical, in office and service industries. From 2009 to 2014, and if I'm going to say one thing, this is the most important thing I'm going to tell you, Liberty Village added 30% more jobs than all of the other 22 employment districts combined. There are approximately 20 acres of surface parking lots and soft sites, mainly single-story structures available for redevelopment. Unlocking the potential of these properties would more than double the employment in Liberty Village and, of course, create millions of dollars in tax revenue. May 2013, there's 4 million square feet of office space under construction in downtown Toronto, and yet, from 2006 to 2013, and Ms. Robinson, I think you're going to be really interested in this because it speaks to the question you asked the previous speaker. In the Liberty Village Employment District, the only construction were retrofits to existing buildings. There was not 1 square foot of new building constructed in all of that period, while 4 million square feet were taking place outside of Liberty Village. This is still true south of Liberty Street. With no new buildings, Liberty Village has predominantly attracted small businesses to the limited supply of existing buildings. 73% of the establishments in Liberty Village have between 1 and 10 employees. Insufficient access, public transportation, and inappropriate land use policies are limiting job creation and placing a roadblock in the way of new construction. The Liberty Village Master Plan, which was prepared by Ken Greenberg and Harold Motti, you all know who Harold Motti is, I presume, states that construction of the new local road is the single most important investment that can be made in the Liberty Village neighborhood to complete the grid and provide significant improvement in connectivity for all modes of movement. And that answers your question. That speaks to your question, at least. York Heritage and ADGAR have alternatively called the local road Battlefield Road to commemorate the important battles that took place to the south and the South Liberty Trail, to continue the name we've given to the pedestrian walkway we're creating now from Dufferin to Atlantic. Right now, there are 10 acres of land that are in limbo along the southern perimeter of Liberty Village. As heavy industry migrated to the suburbs or abroad, approximately 10 acres of underutilized land have been placed in limbo. This is for a period of 20 years. So for 20 years, the city has effectively sterilized 10 acres of land on which millions of square feet of new office buildings should have been built. These properties abut the land designated for the local road from Dufferin in the west to Strawn in the east. At present, the only access to these properties is from local north-south streets that extend south from Liberty Street and end in substandard configurations, that is, no cul-de-sac terminuses to facilitate vehicle circulation. As long as the future of the new east-west local street is in doubt, the southern end of Liberty Village, as seen from the Gardner, will consist of unsightly sheds, unoccupied buildings, surface parking lots, and other underutilized properties. York Heritage and ADGAR are now completing renovations to the old Canada Bread building at 2 Fraser. We had hoped to create a new entrance in the South Liberty Trail, with shops serving the local population and a pleasant facade facing north. Instead, what faces the Gardner and will for the foreseeable future is an uninspiring, to say the best, metal-clad 2-story wall. As a condition of their support for the redevelopment of the English lands to the east of Liberty Village, and this is something for some reason the city has forgotten, businesses and property owners were promised that the Front Street extension would relieve the incredible traffic pressure on Liberty Street that was unpleasant even before that redevelopment had begun. Stakeholders within Liberty Village were comforted by the fact that land at the south end of the English lands were set aside for the Front Street extension. But since that time, massive development is taking place to the east of Liberty Village, and Liberty Street, the only east-west street within Liberty Village, has become increasingly congested and is tasked with the entire responsibility to effectively distribute transit, bicycle, pedestrian, private automobile, and service vehicle traffic. I suggest to you that it's actually maybe even dangerous, because when fire engines have to come down, they only have one access. The South Liberty Trail would significantly reduce that congestion and would offer substantive opportunities to improve accessibility for all modes to existing development and potential development. At present, the only access to the exhibition GO station at the foot of Atlantic is along Atlantic itself. There is no practical vehicular access to the station for pick-off, drop-off purposes or for parking. Pedestrian access to and from the exhibition GO train station, particular to buildings south of Liberty, east and west, is inconvenient and undesirable. And cycling within Liberty Village, particularly to destinations south of Liberty Street, is also circuitous and less than optimal. I'm almost done. A local street would provide a convenient, practical, and safe alternative for all modes of travel, including pedestrians and cyclists, and additional routing opportunities for local transit vehicles, private motorists, service, and emergency vehicles. Given the opportunities that exist to capitalize on a substantially improved regional transit system immediately adjacent to Liberty Village area, improving the network of public rights-of-way within Liberty Village itself will also dramatically improve connectivity between the village and regional transit corridors. This will offer significant support for the often referred to last mile of travel. often pedestrian or cycling, by the way, between transit and employment destinations. Finally, a new local street would also substantially improve development opportunities for property south of Liberty Street by improving accessibility and rationalizing site plan and layout opportunities.
Just very quickly, there are 4 office building developments at the corner of Liberty and Atlantic right now, either proposals that have come in or been approved. Do you think that that type of development, with respect to new employment lands off of this new street, we should expect should we build this new facility?
I can only repeat what Ken Greenberg and Harold Motti said, that the new local road is the single most important improvement that the City of Toronto can make to unleash the development potential of Liberty Village. I mean, I can speak from my own personal point of view. We've got properties comprising 10 acres of land that have been in limbo now for 20 years while the city is dithered with 2 EAs, and both EAs, your own experts, have comment on the necessity of the local road. And both EAs, if you read them, both EAs, and now the city is talking about sterilizing the land for another 10 years. That would be almost an obscene misuse of power, in my opinion.
Now, if I could just get that number, you said between 2 years or different years, there was an increase from 3,000 to 11,000 jobs. That represented a 30% more job increase than any other employment area. Can you just tell me those
No,
years?
not than any other, than all of the
Then
others combined.
all others combined, sorry. Can you just tell me those years? I missed them.
Yeah, it was from, I think it was 2009 to 2014, or maybe 2008 to 2013.
Great, thank you.
2009 to 2014. Liberty Village added 30% more jobs than the other 22 employment districts combined. But they were all in existing older buildings, which are now fully occupied. And we have tenants who are moving out because there's no space for them to move to in Liberty Village, and nobody can build south of Liberty Street. You asked a question about who should pay. And I think... Oh, sorry.
Are there other questions for Mr. Eisenberg? So I'll ask a question. Can you just repeat what you said about the retrofitting of the existing building prior to the year that you referred to? So you said there was only retrofits to existing buildings?
Correct.
Prior to what year was that?
Prior to 2014, 2013, actually. There's one building now that's been done by a company called Hallmark, and it's a smaller building, and they're incredibly enlightened developers. They did it with all wood, and they did an amazing marketing plan.
Okay. And sorry, you're welcome to answer the other question I asked.
If you like.
Yeah, sure,
So,
go ahead.
Firstly, normally, it's the city's job to do basic infrastructure, curbs, sidewalks, streetlights. But I can almost assure you that if you're prepared to work with your neighbors, we will find ways to dramatically mitigate those costs.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much for your detailed presentation today.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate your listening.
All right, so next up is Anthony Hilliard, Cycle Toronto Ward 19 Group. Welcome, and you can just push the button in front of you if it's not already on.
All right, hello, thanks very much, Madam Chair. Thanks very much for the opportunity to depute. I don't have much to say except that we support this proposal. Liberty Village, as you've heard, is incredibly dense and incredibly poorly served by transit options. And driving is not an option for growth because all of the streets in the area are at capacity. Liberty New Street design has been greatly improved from the very first draft. There's still some things we'd like to see improved, but on the balance, we support it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Wow, that was very brief but effective. Excellent, thank you. Any questions? I don't see any. Okay, thank you again, and Hamish is next. Hamish Wilson.
I could learn a lot from Anthony, I think. Lessons. A lesson from the past, perhaps, from none other than the Chairman Gardner, public transit key to traffic congestion problem. A very interesting thing here. He says, there is no mystery about what is causing the problem. He basically says it's cars. That's what I'm really been concerned about for a decade and a half or so. For fresher air curb car, when we were in the midst of the Front Street extension debate. Some of you were around for that. It took a long while to deflect it, but for me it was all, well, we've got the official plan that says we should build transit and do transit first. Why don't we do it here? It seems like such an obvious corridor. Like really obvious. Yes, we have the GO trains with a stop right at the exhibition. Isn't that enough? At least the province expanded it. Towards the end of that fight, I found something from 1985 within the West Waterfront LRTEA that showed having a high-capacity transitway along Front Street here, right in where there's this proposal for the local road. And I think there may actually be commonality between some of the landowners, many of the landowners and businesses there, and myself. But, you know, why aren't we thinking of transit? That's the very frustrating thing. Where's the transit option? There's such a pinch point at the base of High Park out here. Transit is the key effective way of bringing more people into the center of the city. Where are the thoughts of doing transit? So this is actually a bit of a piecemeal of a larger, you're looking at, if you want to look at big picture, you've got to think about this sort of stuff. We've got to start improving transit in from Etobicoke, taking cars off the Gardner. You won't do a busway on the Gardner. What about doing some sort of heavier transit along this linkage, which actually does have some basis in previous study that actually is fresher than this 1985 version. This is the Dufferin to Roncesvalles Queensway Transit EA study. I'm not sure, 2008. You see they actually proposed to bring something, was that the, no, there it was on the north side. This was the one, pardon me. There it is. It goes to the north side to lead into where the new road might begin. Why aren't we thinking transit? That's the key thing, is it not? We're supposed to be building transit. The Places to Grow Act, for instance, not just our official plan. Places to Grow Act suggests that we build transit. And maybe there's another option. Some of you might, this has been an older idea, but taking some of the King cars, putting them on the north side of the Western Corridor and bringing them down to Front Street. We need to start developing other transit options. So it's only been a decade and a half of suggesting other transit options, so I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised that it takes forever. Now, in terms of developing the transit options, if we take much of this new road and convert it to a busway and spend big, instead of spending money on subways in sprawl, we actually build a busway or an LRT way that crosses over, you know, bridges Strawn Avenue. The rail track has now been made much more crossable, shall we say, in this area near. And so we build a bridge over everything to connect up to the north side of the tracks and there to Front Street. We've got to start thinking about transit. We are in such a climate crisis. I just, before coming down, noted that according to the people that actually monitor all of this, we've got a new record warm April and 7 months worth of continuous record. Meanwhile, we're keeping on building out in Etobicoke. This is from the condo map of where new condo sites are. We've got to start improving. It's not all the city's fault. It's also the province in terms of how the OMB allows you, you know, just approves everything basically without thinking of the context. So the province needs some of the blame as well. But we can't go continually building and building and building and building and building and not provide improved transit, whether or not it's a King Street right-of-way or some boost that actually requires political will. Yes, thank you. But for me, this is a piecemealing of a real problem that, in theory, we're supposed to be doing things about climate change. And, oh yes, in terms of Liberty Street bike lanes, in the 2001 bike plan, it was supposed to actually have a assigned route and didn't happen.
Okay,
Thank you.
Speaker Todd Hoffley from Liberty Village Residents Association. I'm going to ask, while we're waiting for Todd to get settled there, for a motion to close the speakers list, because we keep we're adding and adding and adding, and you're not aware of that. So can I have a motion to close it? All those in favor? That carries. Okay, so next speaker is Todd. Welcome, Todd.
Hey, thanks for having me. I think as you're hearing, it's interesting here because rarely do business, residents, and service providers all agree on something. And I think that's what you're hearing here, and that's what you're going to hear from the Liberty Village Residents Association. The LVRA is the largest residents association in Canada. We have a paid membership of over 7,000 people, 90% population penetration, and 90% of the condos are paid members. So this isn't just a few people with an idea. We're an actually democratically elected association, and I'm here to speak on their behalf. I'm going to take a bit of a different tack, and I just want to talk numbers first. So there are approximately 6,000 condominiums in 5 square blocks with a value of $2.28 billion, generating at a minimum $20.5 million a year in property taxes for the City of Toronto in these 5 square blocks on the residential side only. And we have an additional 2,800 condominiums coming, adding another 1.064 approximate value, and $10 million in property taxes a year. Collectively, in land transfer taxes and development charges, they will have brought approximately $300 million to the city, with very little of it actually spent in Liberty Village. So when we speak about revenue, I have a feeling that the revenue has already existed. For all of these condos and thousands of residents, there is one single spine, East Liberty, for all forms of movement: car, transit, cycling, and pedestrian. As Liberty Village rapidly becomes a family area, I now have 47 children living in my own personal condominium, in my own condominium building, plus a destination with large influxes for other Torontonians. It's a busy family. It's a busy family. Plus a destination with large influxes of other Torontonians to watch nearby events like the Argos, the TFC, the new Raptors facility, many exhibition place and Fort York events, the new Undergardener project, and a revitalized Ontario Place Park. We desperately need more connections to move within and without of our neighborhood. On particularly busy days, now numbering well north of more than 20% a year, it can take upwards of an hour to move 400 meters along East Liberty. Thank God we haven't had any sort of real safety or emergency precautions, because trying to get a fire truck or a police car or an ambulance in there during any of those times, it could be the entire time of the Canadian National Exhibition, it could be during any of those aforementioned events. So this isn't just a congestion issue, this is also a safety issue for the 10,000 residents of Liberty Village. But we need this new road not only to have a decent quality of life, but from a purely bottom line situation to maintain the current value of this community for the City of Toronto and in terms of the revenue that it generates for the City of Toronto. As a residents association, we're acutely aware of this and respectfully submit that this is something that doesn't need to happen soon, but was something that needed to happen yesterday. It was a large oversight in planning over the past 18 years, and it has to be corrected. While I understand that this is a meeting simply to move forward and then look for revenue for this, like I said, I submit that the revenue has already been given to the city. I would like to add that I completely and fully reject any phasing of this project. This should happen all at once, and it should happen very, very quickly. The residents of Liberty Village have patiently put up with a massive expansion of rail to both our north and south, 3 years of construction over the rail tracks for this and the UPX, which of course short-sightedly does nothing for our own community, plus a lack of parkland, poor transit connectivity, and the list goes on. This new road will ensure safer movement, more pedestrian and much improved cycling links, and an increase in green space and beautification. All of this for what does amount to a small investment in the large scheme of things. Liberty Village really is, for Toronto's bottom line, a golden goose, as the business community has said in terms of employment and in terms of the potential for the western side of Liberty Village to be developed, but also with the new economy and the residents of Liberty Village. We really, really, really need this new road. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Councillor Holyday has a question for you.
Yep. Thank you. Similar to my question of one of the earlier deputants, you talked about the importance of transportation and the concern with congestion in the area. One of the things that this road will do will bring in cut-through traffic. Folks are going to get from Strawn over to Dufferin, and they will use it as a bypass for King Street, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. You know, traffic flows like water, there's pressure in the system, the cars find a way to go. Would you, as an association, envision yourself in the future beginning to fight that cut-through traffic with requesting turn prohibitions, speed humps, stop signs, one-ways, different types of restrictions in trying to recognize the road as your own rather than part of an overall system?
Well, I think one of the things that Liberty Village does really well is understand that it's part of a system. It's why the residents have been very patient and have put up with all of the extraneous development that's gone on around us, whether it's the rail to the south or whatever, whether it's putting in new traffic lights, et cetera. We understand that we've chosen to live in the downtown of the biggest city in Canada. So I don't think we would treat it proprietously like that. Also, the design of the road has a single way out on Strawn. So it doesn't really, in terms of the design that's now put forward as a good design, it doesn't really lend itself to a cut through because you'd have to go King, then down Atlantic, and then use it to get to Dufferin, and that's a large jog for the vast majority of people because there's only one way out onto Strawn versus getting onto it from Strawn.
Except for East Liberty Street. Then
So you can get onto East Liberty, and then you could cut down, and then you could try to cut over. You know, we can deal with that when it happens, I suppose, but I can't really see it as being much very advantageous to a driver.
Okay, and I wondered how you felt about property owners making any sort of a special contribution to the building of this road. Some will have a direct benefit because maybe they face a new street that isn't otherwise a street. It's a street not even contemplated in the official plan. There are lands there that are privately owned. Would your association be supportive of that? I think there's even a cell phone tower going to move, which would be a benefit to somebody.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't like to not have a cell phone tower out their window? But in terms of contributions, you know, I think, as I stated in the beginning, when you look at the amount of development charges that we pay for the condominiums, and you've got 2,800 more condominiums coming with all of those development charges that are coming, and then when you look at the actual money that's been spent on the infrastructure of Liberty Village, I have a feeling that we've paid a lot and will continue to pay a lot more than actually what we're getting back for Liberty Village. So I don't think that would be a fair request from the residents because they already have paid for this when they purchased their condominiums, and then they continue to, obviously, for property taxes, et cetera.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
No, is John here? Oh, welcome. And then after that, Lorna, and then the list is complete. So you've got 5 minutes, John. Welcome.
I'm sorry, just a point of clarification. I signed up to speak on the 10-year plan, not on the road in
so
Liberty
maybe
Village.
well, you're on this list. So 10-year plan's coming up.
Exactly.
So Lorna,
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'm not sure why you were on this list, but you were. Lorna, you're up next then. Lorna is a new addition to the list, just for those who don't understand that she's on the green sheet. Welcome, Lorna. You've got 5 minutes.
Okay. My name's Lorna Tomasoni, and I'm representing the part of Ward 14 that's at the bottom of Dufferin. So I've been hearing about the need for an access route out of Liberty Village, and the access routes are usually now Strawn Avenue and Dufferin. Our neighborhood appreciates that Liberty needs another road because it is congested, but what everyone's seeming to forget is the congestion from Liberty is coming on to Dufferin. And at Dufferin, they're using Springhurst and British Columbia Drive to get onto the Gardiner Expressway. So there's talk around what should happen in Liberty Village, but there's no plans to help us with what's happening in our neighborhood. We've asked Councillor Perks to look at various options so that the congestion in our area is decreased. We're talking about safety, we're talking about pedestrian safety, children's safety, cyclists, we have the same issues that Liberty has because Liberty is coming out into our area. So we're wondering if we factor into any of this planning. And that's our question. Okay? No question.
And so we'll now move to questions of staff. So any questions of staff? Okay, we're going to move into committee. Any questions of staff? I do. I'll have some if you don't. But I guess to staff on this issue, my ongoing concern with this is this has been, some time in the making. And the future looks bright for this neighborhood. How can we fund this? Who should be footing the bill on this? Because clearly there's a lot of development in the area. So,
through the chair, obviously, if there are direct beneficiaries, we're always looking for direct beneficiaries to be a partner in funding. Obviously, I think there can be a case made here that there's additional public benefit. So I think that the one thing we'd want to do is sort of enter into discussions with the property owners to figure out their willingness to pay for, at a minimum, segments of it. And it may be that we advance the project in phases as well. But there will be some segments that will definitely generate more adjacent beneficiaries than others as well.
sir, is there any other cost recovery opportunities outside of what you've cited?
There is some potential for the sale of surplus lands if once the road design is approved, that there are small parcels that we could sell off.
Okay, and how much private land will the city need to acquire, and what are the cost estimates associated with that?
Through the chair, roughly, it looks like 21,000 square meters at a cost of roughly $30 million.
And the total price tag?
Overall total price tag would be in the range of about $70 to $75 million.
70 to?
75, all inclusive of design, construction, and land acquisition and business loss of use.
Okay, thank you very much. Holiday?
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if we could zoom in on the link to Strawn Avenue, and I understand that that's a right in and right out, and that there's going to have to be a cut to the traffic island on Strawn, which leads to East Liberty Street. I just wondered if you can provide some assurances or some discussion that there isn't a negative impact to the traffic trying to get in and out of East Liberty Street with the addition of that extra driveway or linkage of the road.
Through the chair, we've done some analysis around the right in and right out, and we believe there will be minimal impact to traffic, and that's a better scenario than the ability to put multiple movements in there.
So that zone, the new intersection, that intersection, would I be correct in saying that it will be a net plus once this is completed and built? Traffic will work better?
Yes, through the chair, we'll give another access point off of Strawn, which will then improve circulation.
Excellent. I wondered if you could talk to me a little bit about the risks of the phases. Is this an all or nothing project? Or, because some of the land is not owned by us. I think there's 3 or 4 private landowners, and we can't predict or guarantee that anyone will sell. What happens if we only get 3 of the 4, or 1 of the 4, or all or part?
Through the chair, there are still a number.
Question.
I'm sorry.
Councillor Perkson, I don't know if we have, if this is a problem to ask a question strategically about this being in public. No, I don't know. I don't know if the clerks have a comment on whether or not we need to go in camera on this, because we are talking about land acquisition strategies, or if there's something that could be stated in public.
I can speak in general about the segments. So roughly there, and we've identified 4 separate segments in here. The implementation, obviously, we'd have to come from either the east or the west, but the implementation of even 1, 2, or 3 of these would improve connections to a number of north-south streets in that area.
Fair enough. I noticed that community consultation carried through till 2011, and that was the EA process. Given the type of consultations we do in a lot of projects, and especially something of this size, are we still in a good place with the level of engagement that we've done with the community? And I noticed that one of the deputants said that like 20,000 people have moved in since 2011. Are we still okay with what we've done to date?
Through the chair, yes, we believe we are. There was a little bit, obviously, the lag time between the completion of this report, but there was a lot of development in that time, and we, at the time the consultation was done, and we believe we did hear from many of the nearby residents and stakeholders. So,
okay, I think that's it. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, we're going to move to speakers. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. And I'll just speak very briefly. I'd like to thank staff for what is a project that's now, it has spanned 3 terms of council. I maybe even 4. I'm not too sure exactly when the EA was started, but it was well before I came on the scene. We then continued on the public consultation on the matter, knowing that this is a critical piece to the full build-out of Liberty Village. And we've managed through the development and approvals process to pick up some of the land that we need, particularly towards the east end of Liberty Village, in order to facilitate building this road. This doesn't only, and you're not going to hear me speak passionately about building roads very often at this council, or at this committee or any other committee. But I will in this case, because it not only represents completing a grid of transportation ways for vehicles, but pedestrians and bicycles. It not only will unlock new development lands for the purpose of employment west of Atlantic that could employ tens of thousands of people at the end. It not only helps us facilitate movement to a major transportation node in our city, which is destined to be part of Smart Track under our new mayor's proposal, but we have been advocating for as a core piece in the region, this being the GO Train TTC facility on the south part of the rail tracks. This brings all of those pieces together. But further to that, it actually unlocks some of the parkland that the city acquired over this last 10 years of development in order for us to provide the very basic open space requirements for a growing neighborhood. I would just, in very short time, say that I think that there's an approach here that we do not have to put a lot of money on the tax-based portion of our funding allocation. That's partly because I think this project helps facilitate growth and helps facilitate development and should qualify for development charges as part of the bylaw. It's a shovel-ready project. Maybe it qualifies for federal dollars that are coming through the pipe that they want to activate early. It's been long enough that it better be shovel-ready. There are portions of it that can happen faster than others. And we have had developers come forward and say, look, in order for us to facilitate movement around our site, we will pay for our portion of it. Those calculations aren't included here. So I think there are opportunities for us to leverage money that, as Mr. Hoffley said, leverage the money and wealth that we've created in Liberty Village and what will be created from this road coming in. It's an exciting project. I'm very happy to finally see it come through. But if you look at a map of Liberty Village and see this rather awkward, skinny East Liberty go right through the middle, and all of these offshoots of that dead end to the south, and then you realize that at either side of one of those dead ends, east of Atlantic, there's 2 tall buildings, and west of Atlantic, there's 2 sites that employ thousands of people. You'll start to realize just the magnitude of the importance of this road as we build out the rest of this neighborhood. So thank you very much to staff. I know that they're probably just as eager to sign off on this and see it through the implementation phase.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to join with Councillor Layton in acknowledging the very good work of staff and also all the people in the community who've participated for well over 10 years, because if we remember, there was a previous proposal in this area as well. It's always been the city's intention, and it was once in the official plan, to finish this off. We just had a bit of a disagreement about how to do it. Now we're getting to the completion, and I want to speak specifically to the employment area. Right now, probably one of the most dynamic and successful employment areas anywhere in Canada is Liberty Village. It's spawned many, many new businesses which have mushroomed and blossomed all over the city, and they were incubated there in Liberty Village. But it's always been sort of a three-quarters complete employment area, because we have a whole lot of properties where we could be creating even more, incubating even more businesses, creating even more jobs, but there's been no front address. So there's been parcels of land where simply can't get employees to them. We can't finish the buildings off. We can't develop them. We can't turn the throttle all the way open. And completing this street will do that. So for all the reasons that Councillor Layton mentioned, and for that reason, I urge you to fully support this, to support getting the whole street done, getting it done as quickly as possible. I wanted to speak quickly to some of the broader traffic impacts. Some of the questions that Councillor Holyday was asking, I think reflect a misunderstanding of the character of this area. It's not going to be an issue that there's traffic infiltration, because the residential portion doesn't work like a typical Toronto residential neighborhood. It's not a bunch of sleepy bungalows where people don't want cars going by at all hours. These are massively dense areas already full of traffic. There will be no thought to slowing traffic down. Frankly, everyone I ever talked to in Liberty Village wants me to get the traffic out of there faster. And finally, in terms of the spillover effects into Parkdale, I know that Lorna was mentioning that. We've done a bunch of work in South Parkdale to anticipate this coming, and we're redesigning some of the movements there to meet what happens when this road comes through. So it's a well-developed set of proposals. It's something that we need to get moving on, and it has multiple benefits, both financially and socially, and in terms of creativity, frankly, for the City of Toronto.
Just a couple seconds to...
Okay, you want to set up, or you need a motion? Does anybody else want to speak on this item outside of Councillor Holyday, who has a motion? And I also have a little motion to amend.
No, so it's A, B, and C. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, you're next, because nobody else is speaking on this outside of you and I.
Thank you, Chair. I do have three motions. I put them up separately. They'll go up separately. The first is, motion 1A is simply to recommend that we adopt staff recommendation number 3, which is the planning component, which requests that the official plan be updated and essentially establishes a road. Motion 1B is a request for additional report back on this, and I'm going to make a point on this. That the General Manager Transportation Service be requested to report on a contingency plan in the case that the private lands are not acquired to complete the phases as described in the report, or financial resources to acquire the lands are not approved. And also to report back following the 2017 budget process on an implementation plan once financial resources have been established. And motion C is, I believe it's important that Council affirm that this is a collector road between Dufferin Street and Strawn Avenue, which among its purposes will be used as a bypass for King Street. And I want to make sure that's right up in front and center, and we're honest about that, because we're going to be asked to invest a tremendous amount of money in a road that needs to benefit all users. And just to speak to this very briefly, I thank staff. There's an impressive amount of work that's gone on for 10 years. I think that's when it first started. Right through up until 2011 through public consultations, and it looks like a great street design. And I think it's important that we move forward on the official planning process to recognize where this street could be. And I don't think anyone will argue about the merits of having an additional street and the utility that it provides to the people in the area and the people of the city. In addition, there's a great design there that seems to include all of the different modes of travel and will create a really nice space along the edge of the tracks. The one thing that has been troubling me with this file, though, is that we don't know how we're going to pay for it. We got a finger wagging to the councillors from the city manager a number of months back in this room about how we stop and start capital projects, we add things to the capital plan. This is $75 million potentially. I have no idea how we're going to pay for this. I have no idea if we have space in our plan to do this. And so I'd like this to go through the financial process. I'm not sure why we're having this conversation today. I'm not sure that it is an urgent conversation today about settling on a design, considering this has gone on for many, many years. I want to make sure that we've got money to pay for this and make decisions as to whether or not we're going to acquire lands or there's some other way to make this happen. So I believe it's quite important that it go through the budgeting process, and that we also have an idea that if we're not able to acquire land because we don't own it, that we've also got a backup plan on how to make this a good design, even though it may be missing a piece.
Clarification, I'm sure we all do. So number 1A, you're basically saying find the funding, which is what staff recommended. That's good. I'm comfortable with that. 1B.
So yeah, 1A is to adopt recommendation 3, which is the official plan amendment.
Okay, and to get the funding in place? You're not moving the funding?
I understand through working with staff in the preparation of this that they will be going through the capital process through our budget to secure the
And that's already, Steve Buckley's shaking his head, and that's already underway. My understanding is that's finance has already been working on that?
Yeah. Got it.
Staff can't answer.
Got it. The advice I received was that recommendation 4 is not necessary from the staff recommendations because it is going to go through the capital process through the budget. And I'd like to see the other end of that decision before we go ahead as a council and confirm that this is what we'd like to build. And I don't have an issue with what is described. I just want to make sure that we've got the money so that we can afford to do it.
Okay, but you're basically moving that, you're not trying to stall it, you're moving it ahead. Okay, so 1B, just for clarification for all of the committee, because I think everybody's a bit confused. The contingency plan, so you're saying to report back, just to give us an update, in the case that we can't secure these lands.
Right, so the contingency plan is a net additional piece of reporting that I think this committee could value, that just talks about if we don't get all of the money or part of the money or one particular leg of the project doesn't work out, that we still have some sort of a design that's useful, or maybe there's a different recommendation. The second half of this simply brings it back to the committee following the budget process and to get back to where we are today on an implementation plan.
Okay, so again, no intention to hold this up or stall this, just to ask for an update.
It's to reorder to make sure that we've got the money before we continue with the work.
Okay. And then your third motion, 1C, just to clarify it, what is the intent of this? You just want affirmation to City Council
I would
to
like
affirm?
at the City Council level to affirm and to deal with any concerns or criticisms that this street will be accessible by everybody that needs to use it in the area. And that it is not going to evolve into something with turn prohibitions, speed humps, stop signs, one-ways that benefit only a very few and not the greater majority.
Okay. Hopefully that clarifies your motions for the committee. Any other questions for the mover of the motion? No? Okay, then I'm going to speak on this quickly. Okay, so Councillor McMahon, you go ahead.
Sorry, I'll just be quick. And I'm going to move staff recommendations. And I think I have complete faith in staff, the local councillors, and the community. This is their neck of the woods. They've been working, as you've heard, for a long time on this, and I'm moving staff recommendations. Hope you'll support that.
This is clearly an amazing neighborhood in the city. As Councillor Perk said, very dynamic. And we want to make sure as a city council, we're helping this dynamic area flourish. We also want to make sure we have the funding in place. So I want to thank all the deputants today and the presenters. You did an excellent job framing up what's happening currently in your neighborhood. Specifically, I want to thank Mr. Eisenberg because he put together a very detailed presentation with a bit of a historical review that was very helpful, I think, for the committee to understand the what's happening there. So thank you very much. And I was took comfort in Mr. Eisenberg's comments that he thought that this could be almost fully funded over time by development charges in the development community, maybe not entirely. But so I'm putting forward this motion to, it's a bit aspirational, philosophical, but that we aim to try to fund the implementation of the Liberty New Street from development charges. And we heard from Councillor Layton, the local councillor, that he thought that was possibly achievable. So it doesn't lock it down that it has to be 100% out, but that we encourage staff who I know are already working diligently, not just transportation staff, but finance staff, to pull together a financial strategy. And I think, unfortunately, we didn't go in camera. The committee could have learned more today, but there's a lot of good work happening on that front. So this motion is just to encourage staff to keep up the good work on that front. So that is it. Those are all the motions before you. Yeah.
Sorry, I just had a question. So I'm just noticing your word aim. So you're not saying that, if we don't have enough development charges, we can't do it, but you're just trying to leverage the development charges as best we can. Is that my understanding?
Right. So there's no intention to stall
Yeah.
or delay anything because I understand the urgency. But exactly perfect word choice of leveraging, that's what I'm encouraging staff to, who they're already doing that, but I want to encourage them to continue to do that, to leverage those development dollars.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to amend my motion that it also, not just development charges, but other, how could we amend that nicely? Other sources, or what do? No, let's not say that. What did you just say? You had a good way of saying. Let's amend it to all funding options, because then they can look at all potential.
Development charges with all funding options.
Somebody had a good way of saying that in the. Well, I've been advised by our acting DCM to add it in just as a safety net. I think it's a good idea. So that we aim to take it from development charges and other funding options is what I'm amending that to. I'm amending my own motion. How about that? I'm amending the amendment of recommendation 4. Okay, so we have a whole bunch of motions in front of us. I'll ask clerks to advise on which one goes first.
Recommendation 1A, 1B, and 1C from Councillor Holiday goes first. So they go first.
And then what? And then
recommendation 1 and 2 in the staff report, and then your amendment to recommendation 4, and then recommendation 4.
But 4 isn't here. Councillor Holiday only put forward 3.
Councillor McMahon moved 1, 2,
2 and 3.
1,
Okay.
2, and 4.
Okay. Okay, so let the motions will appear in order as per recommended by the clerk's office. So the first motion is Councillor Holiday's, that recommendation 3, the staff report be adopted.
Should I put it up?
Of the staff report, it should say. Yes, please put it up so everybody's clear on what they're voting on. So that recommendation of the staff report please be adopted. All those in favor? That carries. All right, let's get this right. So next is Councillor Holiday, that the city be requested to affirm its intent to implement a collector road between Dufferin and Strachan Avenue, which will, among its purposes, serve as a bypass to King Street for motorists. Okay, can we just maintain decorum, please? Okay, all those in favor? That carries. Against? Okay, that carries. And then the third item is that the general manager, Councillor Holiday again, the general manager, Transportation Services, be requested to report on a contingency plan in case the private lands are not acquired to complete the phases as described in the report, or financial resources to acquire the land are not approved, and report back. I think this is fine. So anyway, all those in favor? That's 4, against, 1, and that carries. Okay, now we're on to is Councillor McMahon's next? 1 and 2, and then mine's 4? Okay, so Councillor McMahon's motion, she put forward 1 and 2. Okay, so that carries. And I opposed, and that carries. And then my amendment, which was just to aim for the sky. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. That item is now complete. Thank you very much. No, it's not. We have to vote on the package?
No, vote on recommendation 4 as
Oh, recommendation 4 is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you again to the deputants. Excellent job today. And we're going to move on to Councillor Prutz's item. So have you got are you ready? That's next on the agenda order.
I believe that our staff would like to deal with it after lunch because they're in the process of
okay, so they need
chatting
more
up
time.
Metrolinx.
Okay, so let's we're at 11:30, so let's move that to after lunch. Okay, so we're going to move on. So the next item is PW 13.11, the 10-year cycling network plan. And we have quite a number of speakers on this item. And we've got Jeff Cattell. I don't see Jeff. Is he here? Jeff Cattell's not here. The next speaker is Suhail Bharat. Welcome.
Good morning. I don't know. Oh, yes, sort of. Is this it? Yes. Oh, now I get it. Yes. My name is Suhail. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Toronto, and I'm here today representing Cycle Toronto's Ward 18 group. Our councillor is Anna Bailao. I'm here sort of to give our opinion on the bike plan as it has been presented to y'all. Our ward has the second highest cycling mode share in the city. We have around 15% of all trips back in 2011 taken by our residents are walking and cycling, and that continues to increase. My estimate is our current cycling mode share based on the rate of growth is around 14%. We badly need additional infrastructure for cycling in our ward. We participated in the city's process for the plan that's taken place over the past 2 years, all the way from the consultations that happened in late 2014 up to the ones that happened early this year. We've collected input, we've connected with our councillor, presented lots of priorities that we have, and we're very appreciative of staff's role in putting this plan together. Our perspective on this plan is that it is a good, I would say, second step. The first step, the initial bike plan from 2011, it was a good plan, but not really implemented. This plan, if it is implemented and implemented quickly, has the potential to repair some of the damage done from the city essentially ignoring cycling over the past 15 years. We hope that this committee will recommend that council adopt the plan with at least $25 million in annual funding so that the plan can be implemented as soon as possible. We are far too behind where it comes to cycling infrastructure in the city. From the perspective of our ward, what has been proposed is that we will consideration of Bloor as an east-west route, consideration of Dovercourt Road, Lansdowne Avenue, and the West Toronto Rail Path extension as north-south routes through our ward. There have been additional minor street routes proposed that we feel are of fairly low utility, but still may be occasionally used by somebody. We support this plan with reservations if it is implemented quickly. We are disappointed that the plan as it stands offers very little in terms of east-west connectivity for our ward besides Bloor. The majority of commercial destinations in our ward are along streetcar corridors, and this plan does not work to provide cyclists with access to the major streetcar corridors. And this is a deficiency not just for Ward 18, but for downtown in general. The streetcar routes with streetcars are the most dangerous routes in the city from the perspective of cyclists. Roads like College, Dundas, Queen, and King, the King does not come through our ward, have extremely high rates of collisions, extremely high rates of crashes, and the resultant injuries and deaths. And this is not acceptable. And we hope that in the future, or possibly as an amendment to this plan, that we will see something done to provide access to corridors like College, Dundas, and Queen, obviously with the proviso that it does not affect transit, because transit is the primary mode of carrying people along those corridors, after which you have cycling and walking. We also need better infrastructure, in particular to destinations like the Dufferin Mall and Dufferin Grove Park, which are some of the biggest destinations in our ward and have poor access from cycling. There's a park there, Dufferin Grove, one of the biggest in the West End. There are 2 schools on Dufferin Street in that area, and we have just far too much automotive traffic that is likely to lead to someone being injured or dying if something is not done around Dufferin Street. So just to give you a sense of where we are in our ward, it has been proposed.
Wrap up, please. You're over time.
All right. Thank you.
Any questions? Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your presentation. Peter Rogers is next. Welcome, Peter. You've got 5 minutes, and just make sure your mic's on there.
Yes, thanks very much for this, for taking time to listen to me. As you said, my name is Peter Rogers. I'm a resident of Ward 28. I'm also a member of Cycle Toronto's Ward 28 Advocacy Group. And basically, you've heard the arguments for cycling infrastructure over and over. Makes safer streets, gets the city moving, makes for a healthier city, reduces carbon footprint. One of the most affordable types of infrastructure to implement. And lastly, as we know from a recent poll, that Torontonians want it. So I won't rehash all those points, but really my point is that we should be making planning documents like this all the time, and that a 10-year cycling network plan is a rational, consistent approach to building a great city. And maybe it shouldn't go unnoticed that the previous discussion about New Street and Liberty Village, maybe if there had been better planning or better implementation of previous recommendations, we wouldn't be to the point where we are now, trying to spend $75 million to put a street that was obviously needed and wasn't appropriately planned for and built previously. It's been said that Rome wasn't built in a day. Well, I got news for you, Rome isn't finished, and that's the way most great cities are. They're never finished. As long as we live in them, as long as people continue to come to these cities, you have to keep planning for them, you have to keep building them. Cities like London, New York, Paris, Vancouver, Calgary are all moving forward with cycling infrastructure, and they're planning on how to do it in the future. So that's exactly what Toronto should be doing. When the Bloor Street plan bike pilot was being proposed and being debated, some people asked what will this all lead to? Well, I think the answer is in this 10-year cycling plan. I worked for almost 10 years with the National Capital Commission in Ottawa, and it was guided by the 25-year Graeber plan. That plan wasn't universally loved, it wasn't entirely implemented, but it gave guidance for studies, it gave guidance for planning, it gave guidance for funding. And that's exactly what the 10-year cycling plan proposes to do. It spells out corridor studies and the kind of metrics that should be studied when considering bike lanes. And a planning document like that is what's required to make these implementations happen. A planning document isn't actually worth that much if there isn't some committed funding, so I'd also ask you to consider the increase to $25 million per year to expedite this plan. We've seen the impact that small bike lanes have made. These are like pretty small interventions in the city, really, in the global sense, but we've seen the impacts that Richmond, Adelaide, Queens Quay, Sherbourne have had on the commuting in the city. And this amount that is being proposed really pales in comparison to just the planned budgets to keep the Gardiner Expressway operational. So it's really with that I ask you to support this 10-year cycling network plan.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, thank you. We're going to move to Robert Zakowski. Welcome, Robert. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. I would like to begin by giving a shout out to the city's cycling unit for all their hard work in developing the new bike plan that is before us today. Our Cycle Toronto Ward 14 advocacy group, along with other advocates in this room, have worked extensively with the cycling unit since the 2014 skill swap on this plan. And at that skill swap, I remember our ward groups were unanimous in demanding bike lanes on arterial roads such as Bloor, Danforth, Yonge, and Angleton. And I'm pleased to see the new plan includes these arterial roads. I'm also pleased to see that the new bike plan recognizes the need for it to be backed up with funding in order to avoid repeating the same mistake as the 2001 bike plan. However, I believe that the staff recommendation of $16 million per year is not going to be enough, especially considering this report from January indicated that building the minimum grid by 2018, something a majority of councillors supported during the 2014 election, would cost at least $50 million. Toronto has been falling behind other world-class and even smaller cities when it comes to cycling. And during the last week of April, there was a spike in pedestrian and cycling injuries. Given protected bike lanes will reduce injuries for all road users, and this comes from someone who gets around by bike and by car, I believe it is essential that we provide $25 million per year in funding for cycling. With regards to Ward 14 specific concerns, for which I'll put this cycling map for clarification, we are pleased to see the new bike plan will put in key north-south roads such as Dowling to connect to the waterfront, Lansdowne to connect to the rail path, and Dundas to connect to the junction. However, as my colleague in Ward 18 mentioned, we are concerned about the lack of east-west connectivity. And there are two areas that were brought up at a cycling town hall our group hosted on April 7th. The first is on Dundas from Saron to Bloor, which, if that link was completed, you'd also provide connection to Roncesvalles and the controversial bump outs. The other area of concern is this hornet's nest along the King and Queen corridor. While wards east of us have Richmond and Adelaide, as well as the future Cam H connection, Ward 14 does not have the option to use those alternates. And if you ask any Parkdale cyclist, they'll say that riding along King or Queen is rather unsafe. And when I did a walkthrough with Chris a couple of years ago, we found out many Parkdale's one-way streets, such as Seaforth, are too narrow to accommodate controversial bike lanes. Well, we will not ask that the bike lane be held up because it does not address east-west connectivity. There are two short-term solutions I would like to propose which can be considered at a future meeting. The first is, you can see right here, the Queensway bike lane only ends at the St. Joseph's Hospital. Given that the King-Queen Roncesvalles intersection is due to be rebuilt, I suggest that the bike lane be extended to Roncesvalles Avenue in order to link with the pedestrian cycling bridge to the waterfront. The other short-term solution I would like to suggest is to legalize contraflow bicycle traffic on streets that are too narrow to accommodate contraflow bike lanes. So maybe we can use one of these signs to warn drivers and reduce cycling injuries. In conclusion, we're supportive of the key north-south connections as well as Liberty New that was discussed earlier this morning, and we encourage that Public Works and City Council support $25 million per year in cycling funding. Thank you.
Speaker is Lucas Melby. It says another name, but that person's left, correct? Yes. So it's just you. Welcome, Lucas. You've got 5 minutes.
Good morning, members of council, through to the chair. I'm going to try and connect my PowerPoint here. Yeah, just give me 1 second while I get this connected here. See if this is a new computer. I'm not sure exactly how it connects.
That's the display board.
I can just do it the old-fashioned way. Thank you. Good morning, members of council. My name's Lucas. I'm here on behalf of a company called Maru VC R&C, which is the research and consulting division of Vision Critical, founded by the Angus Reid family. I'm here to talk about the results of a Toronto specific poll measuring interest in a safer cycling network. Full disclosure, this research was commissioned by Evergreen in partnership with CycleTO, the Toronto Centre for Active Transportation, and the Metcalfe Foundation. This poll was conducted among Torontonians through the Angus Reid Forum, which is an online survey methodology, fully representative by age, gender, and borough, according to StatsCan. In total, we surveyed 1,603 Torontonians across 6 different boroughs. This was also fully blinded, meaning there was no mention at any time that this was related to infrastructure or cycling before we introduced the relevant ideas. There's 3 key takeaways I'd like to share with you today. The first being that there is broad support for the idea of a safer cycling network. The second being that accelerated funding feels appropriate to the majority of Torontonians. And third, the benefits are multi-dimensional. But first, what is the Safer Cycling Network? And this is important. This is the idea that we tested. It's an interconnected series of bike lanes. It provides seamless access to different parts of the city. It's been started, but it is far from complete. So when we measured this idea in an unbiased way, what we found is that support was very high. 86% of Torontonians are strongly or mostly in favor of the idea of the safer cycling network. And even when we look at those who do not cycle, 81% of non-cyclists support the idea. As a bit of context from those who we polled, this particular person said, even though I cannot ride a bicycle, I recognize the role they can play in reducing traffic on our roads. Support is also uniform across the different boroughs. So for example, Etobicoke was a little bit lower at about 8 and 10, but in a vacuum, the support is still quite high. And in case you're wondering, we did have 174 respondents from Etobicoke, representing 13% of the 1,600 polled in the Angus Reid survey. From a timing perspective, what we're hearing is that there's urgency to bring this City of Toronto, urgency to bring bike infrastructure to reality. And this urgency is true both among cyclists and non-cyclists and across the 6 boroughs. 64%, or about 2/3, see a safer cycling network as something they'd like to see built immediately. This particular Torontonian saying that this may make biking in the city safer, but the delay is particularly frustrating, causing this person to become somewhat disengaged. But the big question is, what level of funding feels appropriate to Torontonians? We asked the question, in the context of the $336 million per year transportation budget, what level of funding do you feel is appropriate? And each of these allocations we put in the context of time to complete. So starting with 0%, meaning it would never be completed, all the way to 15% to complete in 3 years or less, 2/3 of Torontonians feel that an investment of 4.8% or more to complete in 9 years or less is appropriate. But why? Well, it's multidimensional. First being to alleviate safety concerns. 84% of Torontonians either strongly agree or agree that cyclists need better protection from motor vehicle traffic in Toronto. The next question's interesting. Just about everybody agrees with the city's decision to adopt the goal of eliminating traffic fatalities, which actually makes sense. About 8 and 10 feel the need to, or they see the safer cycling network as a way to reduce fatalities, and 3/4 feel it would make Toronto's roads safer for all. Another one of the benefits seen in the Angus Reid poll is reducing barriers to enable Torontonians to cycle more. 2/3 saying they wish they could ride their bicycle more often than they do. We also asked this question just among cyclists in Toronto, what's your level of comfort riding around the city? About half are saying they don't like riding in traffic and will only ride on low-speed roads or separated from traffic. 1/3 saying they prefer bike lanes, and about 10% saying anything goes. And last but not least, one of the benefits is that cycling is seen as a means of transportation diversification. Using the mayor's words, we asked, which of the following are ways to get Toronto moving? And what we heard is that all four modes are ways to get the city moving. Of course, transit is the highest, but both cycling and driving form part of that integrated mix. And furthermore, 3/4 do see bike lanes separated from motor vehicles helping traffic to move better, with the safer cycling network being an important way to get the city moving faster and alleviating crowding on the TTC. So to recap, the 3 key takeaways are there's broad support for the idea, the accelerated funding does feel appropriate to Torontonians, and the benefits are multidimensional. Thank you very much.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you. That's just incredible. So I just had a couple questions. And so I'm just looking at, first of all, it's 86% of Torontonians are strongly in favor of a safer cycling network.
Yes, or either strongly in favor of or in favor of the safer cycling network.
86. And then you did your geographical breakdown. And so you have Scarborough residents, 88% in favor of a safer cycling network, Scarborough.
You don't have the number in front of me, but that sounds right.
Yeah. And then Etobicoke, I'm just thinking, so Etobicoke 7, yeah, do you have that slide? I just think it's really crucial for the councillors from those areas on the committee to see this stat. So it looks like 79% from what I saw. Yeah, there we are. And 84% North York, great. Toronto, of course, that's not a surprise downtown. But the other ones, it's a surprise to me. And that it's all road users feel this way.
Absolutely. It's not just for cyclists.
Yeah. And also, you have stats on residents wanting, Torontonians wanting immediacy in the implementation. And
Yes, there's an immediacy for bike infrastructure in Toronto, and there's an urgency in the context of the idea that we tested to make the Safer Cycling Network a reality.
okay. And can you talk a little bit about the purity of the poll? Because I know there are skeptics amongst
Yes, and it's a very good question because purity of research polls is becoming increasingly important these days, and it's something that our team at Vision Critical, using the Angus Reid Forum, it's really enabled us to grow, and currently we're helping multi-billion-dollar companies make decisions using the Angus Reid Forum, working with about 200 of the top 500 Fortune 500 companies. So the purity of the poll is, it encompasses several different things. The first being we have a multi-dimensional recruitment strategy. So for example, around election time, we ask Torontonians, or we ask all Canadians questions like, how do you feel about Justin Trudeau? And we don't use that for the sake of reporting sentiments towards politicians, but we use it as a means to engage Canadians, to have them join the Angus Reid Forum. Because Angus Reid's also a household name, we find that about 12% of our panel just comes to us organically because they would like to weigh in on some of the issues at hand. We also clean our database in a much more rigid way than most panels do. But the most important reflection of how accurate our poll is that it is being more accurate in predicting election results than all of our competitors, and that includes 17 of the past national and regional elections. We'd be more accurate than a combination of both online and telephone polls. And that's published in the New York Times as well.
wow, impressive. And then the last question is, would you be able to make this presentation available to councillors, like whether you go and meet with them ahead of council or email it to them?
Absolutely. So again, this is commissioned by Evergreen, but this is publicly available information, and I'm more than happy to talk about the specifics of how we balanced, weighted, and collected the data.
Okay, thank you very much.
Holiday.
Forgive me if you said this and I missed it. When did you run the poll?
Oh, thank you. So it was a couple weeks ago it ended, so it was late April.
Was it before or after the bluer bike lanes were implemented or close to it?
I can't comment on that. I'm not sure exactly when that was.
Who designed the questions? Or let me rephrase that. I understand there would be certain individuals that design the questions, but who set the questions in the poll, the general idea of the questions?
So we, as a team, and I think where you're going is to what extent do we bias the questions to show a favorable outcome, and it's a very good question.
Just
so it would
who designed what the questions were that wanted to be asked by the poll? Essentially commissioned the question of the poll.
So it was designed by our team, the Vision Critical team, in partnership with Evergreen, CycleTO, and Metcalf.
Okay. And I guess did you ask anyone how they felt about removing traffic lanes and converting them to bike lanes?
Not specifically, but we did ask a balance of positive and negative attributes.
Did you ask anyone about how they felt about taking away parking spaces to implement bike lanes?
Again, it was more in the context of the overall idea, so no, not specific.
Okay, thank you.
Chair.
Sorry. So that's it, Councillor Holliday, for questions. Thank you. And so we have a question of outside the committee. We dismissed that, but we'll. I think we can go back. Councillor Davis.
I just wanted to follow up on, seemed to be some inference that the questions may have been biased. I wanted to understand your answer. You looked at the balance of positive and, you made a statement there.
Oh, thank you very-
Attributes, positive and negative attributes. Could you expand on that?
Absolutely. So when we ask questions like this, we have to be, there's no such thing as research that is without bias, but you have to control the degree to which the results may be biased. So what we do then is introduce both positive attributes. For example, what is the extent to which you feel urgency towards the Safer Cycling Network, as well as negative attributes such as, I feel the Safer Cycling Network is a terrible idea. So we asked both. And in that way, no matter what the outcome was, we were able to assess the degree to which there was positive or negative feelings towards that.
And I don't have a copy of your presentation. It would be great if you could send it to all councillors.
Would love to.
Yeah, before council. Did you ask about committing tax dollars to this?
We did, and one of the questions was in the context of the total transportation budget.
Yes?
We also asked, would you be willing to allocate some of your tax dollars towards this? And we found that 74% would be willing to do so.
So allocate existing tax dollars?
Yes.
You ask if they'd be willing to commit additional tax dollars?
You know what, I'll have to get you the specific wording of the question. I know it's
Yes,
important.
it is.
I don't have it in front of me, but that was part of the study, so I can get you that.
But 75% said they were willing to extend or
Tax dollars of some kind, yes.
spend tax dollars.
Which is consistent with the result that we're seeing with the current funding of 2.4% being insufficient in the minds of Torontonians.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
I've got a question too, just because I was pulled over there for the Councillor Holiday's questions. So your sampling size was what again?
1,603.
1,600, and who funded the survey?
It would have been Evergreen.
And was it phone or?
It was done through the Angus Reid Forum online.
Okay, so it was Evergreen and who else? I thought there was a number of.
It was in partner. Do you want to take that?
Yeah, I can speak to that. Hi, my name is Michelle German from Evergreen.
Okay.
So as an organization, we convene a cycling action group.
Okay.
And our members are Cycle TO and TCAT and the Metcalf Foundation.
And Metcalf.
So we commissioned the poll and paid for it.
Okay. And sorry, what was your lead question when you made those phone calls? What was your first question out of the gate?
It would have been online, and the first question out of the gate was, first of all, read over the idea of the Safer Cycling Network and tell us the extent to which you are either in favor of or opposed to the idea.
So can you just repeat the question?
The exact wording is, based on the description provided, which of the following best describes your support for the idea of the Safer Cycling Network? And it would have been strongly in favor, opposed, or strongly opposed.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And if I can just clarify as well, I believe that when they were asked, when participants were asked to join the poll, there was no mention of cycling. So they were just asked to participate in a poll, and then once they got into it, it was cycling.
Yeah, exactly.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on to our next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anthony Miller.
This time I'm gonna try the audio visual, so I hope this works. Okay. AV support here. Oh, screen just went blank. That's a good sign. That is a good sign. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I think I'm good. Perfect. Okay. Great. Thank you very much. I hope that this will work. Yeah, it did work. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I also will not repeat the benefits of a cycling plan for the city, but I wanted to illustrate something you may not have seen in the last few days. So just to introduce myself, my name's Anthony Hilliard. I'm a 10-year Toronto resident. I live in Ward 19. I own a van that's parked in front of my house. I bike a lot also, and I volunteer with the Cycle Toronto Ward 19 group. We also meet with Ward 20. So we support staff's plan for the 10-year cycling plan. We feel that 10 to 12 years to implement is too slow, and that the city would benefit greatly from the plan being accelerated with additional funding. Major cities are ahead of Toronto, Montreal, New York City, and lagging cities that are catching up now have seen huge adoption of new cycling infrastructure. I assume you're familiar with that's Montreal and New York City. So I'll focus on London right now, and I just want to show you a video that was taken a few days ago. This is a video from London, England. This is Blackfriars Bridge, or coming off Blackfriars Bridge. This is Cycle Superhighway number 3 that was opened maybe 10 days ago, May 6th. 10 days ago. Does not stop. Those are people going to work in the biggest city in the world, financial center. They're going to downtown jobs. The streets are packed with buses. The streets are packed with trucks. The underground is packed, and this is the fastest, most convenient way for them to get to work. So I counted, that's 46 people that went just away from the camera, 46 people in 30 seconds. That works out to 5,000 people per hour, 5,500 people per hour. What other infrastructure in the city moves 5,000 people per hour? It doesn't take up 2 meters of space. It probably takes up a lot more than that, or else it's a very expensive mode of transit. So London's solution to congestion, to pollution, is investing at 145 million pounds a year in cycling. That's roughly $33 Canadian per person per year. Not a lot of money, less than Holland, more than most other places. And that's 3 times more than even the largest cycling plan budget that's even being proposed to this committee. So London is taking it seriously because they have people who need to get to work, and their city is clogged with car traffic and has been for decades. And you notice it's been open for 5 days when that video was taken, and it's already almost full. There's no, ramping up of, oh, there's a safe cycling route now. I'm going to decide to change my lifestyle. People want to cycle, and the moment there's an opportunity to do it safely, they're there. So here's just some more photos. Open for 3 days when these photos were taken, and look at the people going to work. It's London. People maybe are getting some exercise on their way to their desk job, but lots of people are just dressed up normally because they're riding normally to work. 5,000 people per hour. If you can find another way to move 5,000 people per hour in that space for that money, it's impossible. So taking it to the abstract, this actually lines up quite well with this number. It says, around bicycle city traffic 10, that's 10 times what you reckon you can get through in a car lane. And that was about half a car lane. So yeah, about 5,000. It lines up with this chart. So if you want to unclog Toronto, you need to get people out of the bottom 2 rows, the 1.0 and the 0.8 car traffic, and up into the higher rows. And you can do that with buses, you can do that with walking, you can do that with transit, and you can do that with biking. They're all part of the mix. But you can take a very small part of the road and move a lot of people through it, congestion-free, safely, healthy. In Ward 19 and 20, where our group is, cycling mode share, as of 5 years ago, was 10%, and that's, the question is phrased as your primary way of getting around. Primary, 10%. A lot of people, take another way to get, maybe they drive out to some job, and then once they get home, they bike to see their friends or to a restaurant. So they wouldn't respond yes. And that's 11% growth year on year. Nothing else in the city is growing at 11% year on year when it comes to transportation. Huge numbers of people want to bike, and they bike in our ward because, for the most part, destinations are dense, close together, and they manage. In other parts of the city, infrastructure is not there yet. Distances are a little bit greater. Speeds are higher, and people are not willing to ride when their risk of dying from a car collision is high. And these are some of the people that could benefit from the cycling plan if you fund it and if you get it built soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You had a per capita spending number for London. Do you have a per capita spending number for Toronto?
Good question. Take the funding per year, divide by 2.5 million. I think so in this proposal, the maximum proposed amount in this proposal is $10 per person per year.
So that's the 25.
That's the 25 proposal at the very, very maximum. So currently, what would you say, 1/3 of that? Was it $10 million per year, the cycling budget? Staff can answer. I'm not sure. I'd say it's probably on the order of 30 cents. No, it's about $3 maybe less.
And do you have any idea what Montreal spends per capita?
Montreal spends, I believe it is, I think $3.70, I'm now recalling from a Dandy Horse article for Toronto, about $7 for Montreal per person per year. Holland, it's 50 per person per year, but they get a lot of value out of that.
And then London, you were saying?
$33 if you do the conversion. They might not be able to get as much for their money as we do because they're acquiring or doing construction in a very, very expensive city, but Toronto's not cheap either, I guess.
Okay. Thank you.
There was a slide I didn't understand that showed the diagonal arrow. Yes. Can you explain that again?
I'd be glad to. So congestion.
Person transport lane capacity.
Yeah, person transport lane capacity. So the idea is if you're in a city where space is the limiting factor, your road is only so wide, then your limit is how many people can you get through this space in an hour before you get congestion. And as transport engineers and planners know, if people are driving alone in their car, which is very common, takes a lot of road space. Very few people can move through that space in a car per hour. So what they've taken is the number of people that can move through one car lane in 1 hour when the traffic's free-flowing at 50 kilometers an hour, and they've marked that as 1 at the very bottom. And that means roughly 1,100 people per hour. You recall Bloor Street, they counted 1,500 people per hour, I think, using it by car, so it's about right. And using that 1 as just a rule of thumb, this is your comparison. If you get congestion or just normal traffic signals, it goes down to 0.8 of that. If you get people out of their cars into other ways of getting around, then it goes up. And if you have them in a bus, maybe 7. If you have them on a bike, maybe 10. If you have them walking, like at a festival or a sporting event, you can get 20 times the number of people down the equivalent width as you could if they were all driving individual cars. So it's a good rule of thumb for just imagining if you have space that's limited and you have lots of people that want to move through the city, how can you make that happen? And the easiest way is to get them.
You can get 10 times more people moving on bicycles than in cars.
Yeah, this video, I counted it, that was 5,000 people per hour. And to move 5,000 people per hour by car lanes, you need roughly 5 car lanes. And you're not going to build a new bridge for the amount of money they took them to just put that asphalt down.
That lane looks wider than our regular bike lanes, so it can accommodate a lot
I believe
of
it's
cyclists.
2 directional. I think that, I'm not positive.
Oh.
No, is it?
Yeah, it looks.
I believe it's 2 directional, that one. At least the one in the video is. This video is a bidirectional bike lane, which is a good option if there's not a lot of cross streets or if you're willing to build intersections that support the contraflow cycling traffic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's ask a quick one. What else has London done to ease congestion and gridlock in the core?
Well, they introduced the congestion charge a few years ago. That was a very controversial thing, but...
And how has that gone?
I'm not an expert in it, but it hasn't been repealed. And they elected a new mayor who has no intention of repealing it. People's time is worth a lot of money, right? And if you're all stuck in traffic, then everybody loses. So getting out of cars and onto a mode of transport that doesn't get congested is one way, but it's true, not everyone can ride a bike or walk, and people need to drive for commercial deliveries and so on. So London introduced the congestion charge so that people think about their time and their money when they choose to drive downtown.
Do you know anything about how they've operationalized that?
No, I understand that there's, at least when I visited, there were very clearly marked signs at every entrance, and I presume that in British tradition, they had a giant set of cameras pointing at every roadway, and they automatically tag your license plate. I'm not sure the details of it.
Okay, great, thank you. Is Jared Cole from Cycle Toronto.
Madam Chair, members of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, hello. My name is Jared Kolb, Executive Director of Cycle Toronto. Since 2014, we've called on City Council to build a citywide minimum grid of 100 kilometers of protected bike lanes and 100 kilometers of bicycle boulevards by 2018. Why did we develop this call? Toronto's 2001 bike plan called for the installation of 495 kilometers of bike lanes across the city. Yet by 2011, only 23% of the plan was installed. Since that time, Toronto has refocused its bikeway investments in developing our off-street trails network and a downtown network of protected bike lanes. By all accounts, when we invest in cycling infrastructure, ridership skyrockets. But for too many years, the development of Toronto's on-street safe cycling network has stagnated. Torontonians want to ride more often, but safety is the #1 thing holding them back. A cyclist is hit by a car driver every 6 hours of every day of the year. Toronto's new cycling network plan is a significant milestone that would add 280 kilometers of bike lanes or cycle tracks, 55 kilometers of boulevard trails, 190 kilometers of quiet streets. Major corridors identified include Bloor, Danforth and Yonge, Lakeshore, Jane, Midland, Kingston Road, among others. The work that city staff have done here is commendable. The new cycling network plan includes a year-and-a-half's work of analysis, consultation, and development. Many of our ward groups, who you heard from today, have been involved at various stages along the way. What are the strengths of the new bike plan? I'd like to identify a few. 1, barrier crossings. Highways, bridges, and ravines often pose major barriers for cyclists. Important bridges and tunnels are a part of this plan. 2, boulevard trails. Optimizing space adjacent to sidewalks, boulevard trails retain capacity for motor vehicles and enable a comfortable riding experience for cyclists. 3, protected bike lanes. In order to accelerate the shift to mass cycling in Toronto, we need to invest in big gestures, projects with the kinds of length and breadth that would make many people think, you know, I'm going to pull my bike out of the garage and try riding to work today. Protected bike lanes on corridors such as Bloor, Danforth, and Yonge can accomplish this. But the cycling plan is more than the sum of its parts. Each piece is knit together on the back of other layers, creating a dynamic approach to getting Toronto moving by bicycle. Is the bike plan everything that we want? No. One of the major gaps in the plan are streets with streetcar tracks. College, Dundas, King, and Queen. But this, I would suggest, asks too much of the bike plan. Neither streetcars, nor motor vehicles, nor bicycles are moving well on these streets. We need a vision from City Council on how to make these corridors move more efficiently. In the meantime, the new bike plan gets Toronto moving. Yet we must roll out the network as soon as possible. City staff have generously provided 5 options for funding the new bike plan and have recommended the $16 million option that would see 85% of the plan built out in 10 years. The city would look to the province and to the feds to fund the remaining 15%. A consistent $16 million of capital funding is a good step forward for Toronto, but the option doesn't build the network soon enough. City staff have also reported on $20 and $25 million options. The $20 million option would build 100% of the plan in 8 to 9 years, and the $25 million option would build it, 100% of it, in 6 to 7 years. We think that the City Council should boost the budget and build this plan in 7 years. In addition to building the network sooner, it would also free up capital to leverage partnerships with other units in the City of Toronto. This slide is Appendix 11 from the staff report. We can afford it. Toronto's 2016 capital budget is roughly $3 billion. That's $3,000 million. $25 million is less than 1% of this amount. Toronto is spending roughly $745 million on the Scarborough subway, $526 million on the Toronto-York-Spadina subway extension, and $505 million on reconstructing the Gardiner. With less than 1% of the budget, cycling infrastructure is an inexpensive way to get Toronto moving. On a per capita basis, the $16 million option works out to about $6 per Torontonian. Compare that against Montreal, who this year is investing $20 million in their network. On a per capita basis, Montreal is spending $12 per person. Boosting Toronto's budget to $25 million brings us to just shy of $10 per person. As the Angus Reid Forum cycling poll indicates, 67% of Torontonians support investing $16 million or more to roll the bike plan out in 9 years or less. Another 49% support investing $20 million or more to roll the bike plan out in 6 years. On behalf of Cycle Toronto, I urge you to approve this plan and move it forward on an accelerated timeline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Lee.
Yes, thank you very much. Through you, my questions are about the phase-in in other jurisdictions. Do we have an idea about how London got the 3 bike superhighways and how fast that ramp up?
I'm afraid I can't answer that question. It's a good question. I'm not an expert on London. So what I do know is that, in New York City, the rollout has happened rapidly. Embracing pilot projects has been another piece of this. I think the component that's actually really important in this plan is the major corridor study, is that, we're not going to go out in the City of Toronto, as much as I'd like to just roll out bike lanes everywhere, I recognize that the crucial nature of getting out and working with local communities to move projects forward. And I think that that's an important part of this that would be accomplished within the major corridor studies.
It's said in the chamber committees and otherwise, that because of the climate conditions, Toronto shouldn't be investing in much the same way as other cities are. Montreal, do we have a sense of how their cycling is trending in the colder seasons, being, I would argue, a much harsher climate than Toronto?
Yeah, Montreal gets more snowfall, certainly, than Toronto does. In terms of the usage, what they've invested in is a winter priority network. Montreal has, an order of magnitude greater in terms of the number of protected bike lanes on their city streets. There's fully 10 times more.
10 times more?
In terms of protected bike lanes, yeah, that's right. In terms of, we have part of the reason why people aren't riding in the winter here in Toronto certainly has to do with the penetration of that network. Where we have built that core separated bike lanes, like on Richmond and Adelaide and Sherbourne, we're still seeing a high ridership number. Where you're not seeing it is on streets where we don't have the same level of separation. And that's fundamentally where we need to double down as a city and build out, is in our protected bike lane infrastructure.
Great, thank you.
One of the things you mentioned and the report identifies is barriers. And so I'm wondering where you see, have we addressed the barriers that you think are the ones that are most important to address to open up cycling across the city?
I think there's a number here in the the plan that have been addressed, I mean, they're widespread. They're right across the city. The 401 is a major barrier for many people who are looking to ride. Barrier crossings over the 401 are a feature within the plan, and we're glad to see that. You know, in the, you know, connection over the Dawn, you know, on Overley, building, you know, a connection there along that bridge. Even downtown, Richmond and Adelaide, and connecting over to Eastern. That's another piece that's been addressed here. So there are a significant number of barrier crossings that are a feature of this plan.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, great. So thank you very much for coming in. So where should I move to first, London or Montreal?
How's your French?
Not so great. So overall, Cycle Toronto is supportive of the 10-year cycling plan, is what I'm gathering from you.
We are. We'd just like to see it as a 7-year cycling plan.
Lucky number 7. So with that in mind, your wish list, what would be your wish list if we could tweak this?
In terms of streets to add?
Or overall, you're saying just reduce it and reduce the implementation time to 7 years?
I think that would be ideal. I think there are several corridors here that truly can unlock the potential of our streets and to get the city moving. I mean, Kingston Road is certainly one that has been added here as a major corridor study. And it's a corridor that, if fully built out, you know, connecting Danforth to the core, would add a linkage, you know, right to Pickering. Of course, many people are not going to ride, you know, 20 kilometers a day each direction in the snow to be able to get to work or to school. What this plan does, though, is adds an important transit layer. Currently, there are few, you know, higher order transit nodes, subway stations, GO transit stations that are connected to high quality cycling infrastructure. After this plan would be built out, I'm under the understanding that all of those stations, all of our subway stations, all of our GO stations would be connected to, you know, high quality linkage, you know, within a kilometer of that station. So again, and that's a core component to unlocking cycling, is the first mile and last mile problem that transit has. And so that's a really important feature here.
And what do you think of us coming back in, say, 2 years to review the cycling plan and how it's working and looking at funding increase then as an option?
Yeah, I'm, you know, we're certainly supportive of that. I think all plans need review. They need evaluation. And, you know, a 10-year plan, for instance, should have regular intervals for review. I understand, you know, in conversation with city staff that, you know, from their perspective, they need time to ramp up towards a major delivery. And I think that's fair, that's reasonable. And if that's the case, then let's begin that ramp up. Let's come back and look at it again in 2 years.
Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza wanted to move his item now. Did you want to move that, or?
I have an amendment which I'd like to add to the report, which has been worked through with staff, so.
Okay.
I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to move it to add that. Are you going to?
Got staff's buy-in, this motion?
I'm sorry?
Has are staff on board with this motion? Have you consulted with them?
Staff are the folks who have done the motion, who have worked and basically. But are you going to have questions or how do you want to do this? You just want to?
Well, we're asking you if staff are fine with it, and I'm seeing a thumbs up. So
The staff are fine with it. I guess no one wants to ask any questions or anything like that. I'm asking you in terms of procedures.
Well, I think we're okay with it. I think most people are fine with it. We already moved it this morning.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So now you've made this amendment. The staff are fine with it. So I think we're all on top of it.
Okay.
All in favor? All in favor of the amendment? That's a unanimous vote, and item is amended. All in favor, against, that's moved. We're recessed till 1:30. Thank you, everyone.
Are you serious, man? Put it somewhere else? Hear it?
No, because she was complaining before, trying to blame everybody else.
Oh, you know why? We remember like last time? I think last year, she had one tray, she dropped the whole thing, broke the whole thing. One tray, one full tray.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Come on, baby, don't talk. You're here.
No, that's the tray we're missing then.
Dude, one full tray.
Oh, that's the tray we're missing.
That kind of tray. Yeah.
You got that one?
That's what she told me.
Oh, well, that's why we're missing glasses. She probably never told them. So they never replaced it.
Yep.
Shit happens.
Yeah. One day they have extra, it's not good enough, you know?
Oh, man, I don't have enough to do today. Everything gets flipped at the same time.
I went down to get a belt for the proclamation, and then Jen said, can I have some? Yeah, okay, no problem.
But I have one glass left. Okay?
What?
I have one glass left.
Oh, well, can we do this?
And luckily, I had 4 and C this morning were no-shows.
Can you believe everybody like drink a lot of water?
Uh-huh.
Especially summer temperature?
Yeah.
If I leave, I'm gonna start asking my girlfriend, my buddy, everybody, remember? Capital here.
For what?
When I did the cappuccino in the press conference over, he said, press conference, okay, so just let me know. Only for me. Only for them. Yeah, you say.
Too bad.
It's getting nice outside.
Uh-huh.
These are the last one, right?
Room E, this is right here.
What does that mean, sir?
The only one left will be room F.
as
So-
a PC?
It is. It's Linux, but it's got. Yeah, right, VGA. Exactly.
How you got PowerPoint?
Oh, yeah.
So you can plug into there. Okay, now I've been given no indication of when I will be. Okay, great. So, let's see now. Okay. Okay. It may just not be outputting to it yet. Just a sec here. Sure where we're at here. Yeah, that's it.
Perfect.
I believe. Yep, does it. Okay. So, great. So.
Going to get started. We've got quorum. And we were on the speakers list. Now, I don't know if Jared's still there. Did anybody else have questions for Jared? Because we kind of cut off because we were right on the cusp of lunch. And is there any other questions for him? Okay, seeing none, then we're going to move on to Hamish Wilson. Thanks, Jared, for your presentation.
I realized that I actually had a copy of a current picture of the lack of plowing in a bike lane, a priority bike lane. This is of Bloor Street East going eastbound sometime after a modest snowfall. I'll try and get this copied and otherwise put into things. This is near Sherburne.
Great, thank you.
You're very welcome. This bike, well, maybe it should be a strategy rather than a bike scheme. There is an awful lot of work that's gone into it and producing it, and yet I am so old. You know, I've got this document, the 2001 bike plan, and I was on the committee at the time. And we miss, I think, having a cycling advisory committee. Even though this is a very solid document, at the same time it was deficient in a few ways, especially in the east-west road department in the old core. Where to go from here? Here's something I've put into the system before. From the Advocacy for Respect for Cyclists, a recent study published by the City of Toronto entitled The City of Toronto Car Bike Collision Study 2001 has shown that a strikingly high number of car bike collisions are concentrated on 5 downtown streets: Bloor Street, College Street, Dundas Street, Queen Street, and King Street. These streets are part of the downtown east-west corridor routes, which the City of Toronto has historically failed to properly serve in its bicycle facilities planning. Unfortunately, Toronto's much-touted bicycle master plan, which establishes the future development of Toronto cycling infrastructure, has also failed to address these heavily used cycling thoroughfares. Bike lanes help. So, you've had a notice of hazard from the 2001 era, and yet this is still a problem in my view. We're still missing doing things for the cyclists who are concentrated in the center of the city on these core roads. And it really is a problem. The Toronto Bike Plan actually did have some very useful information in it, and where is that? Little bit. Gosh, so much paper in terms of laying out the liability trail for you all. There was something, here it is. Yes, it shows that the bulk of the city's cyclists are actually in the center of the city, and they specifically mentioned Bloor, College, and Queen as having higher levels of bike traffic. Very pleased that the pattern of crash stats is actually in the handouts. I'm sure you've all seen this before by now. One thing that isn't so brought forward, and yet, pardon me for having such a bad picture of it, this is something that's very important in terms of the data, if we're being data-driven, about where to put cycling facilities. I know that the suburbs are very dangerous, and yet the bulk of the city cyclists are in the center of the city, the old city, for a logical set of reasons. So as much as we need to do things in all of the city, if it's still the same 2/3 number in the center of the city, what are we doing down here, especially on the main east-west roads, because that's where the problems are, that's where the streetcar tracks are. And I really would like to have a sense of where are things being fixed up. A list, please. This is a rough sense of where there are problems and disconnects and hot spots. There are the streetcar tracks, there's this West End gap here that's admitted to in the bike plan, and a myriad of other little problems and pinch points. Where's the list of, we're going to fix this up? We're going to make a difference. We're not going to make things worse. For instance, right up here at number 16, I think this sad incident, I hope she's still alive. I don't know. The cyclists were coming down Spadina, turning onto DuPont, because there's a disconnect from the Davenport bike lanes. Is she still alive? Are you going to fix it? Why not? When are you going to fix it? I'm tired of the blood on the streets. I'm tired of going to memorials. If you've got any sense of going for a vision zero, then you've got to make it safer for the cyclists in the center of the city, including the existing bike lanes. I don't know if she's still alive. Motorists opted to pull into the parking lot, whack, right by a subway station. So we've got to start doing a lot more. As much as it's good to see all of this and talk about money, that's great. It's only a small fraction of what gets spent on cars. Here's an old stat again, I'm sure you've seen it. A guesstimate from 20-odd years ago, about 27 per automobile per year, or about 7 times the amount of subsidized public transit. Again, I'm sure you've seen that. In terms of prioritizing corridor studies, I'd really urge Bloor and Danforth and get some roadical thinking to ease the subway pressures. A central lane busway, reversible, express, why not? Because we've got a subway crisis as well as a climate crisis. We've got to really do a lot more.
I have a question for you. You're finished your time. You talked about, and maybe just another opportunity for you to tell us why you don't like separated lanes.
Well, sometimes I do.
Okay, so maybe just clarify, and just quickly, please.
Yes, well, how to do it quickly. Sometimes they're just wonderful and they make a lot of sense if they're done well, if they connect well enough. For instance, the Wellesley lane doesn't connect up properly to the Danforth via Parliament. That's a real problem. That's a missing gap that was noted. And you're doing a pretty good job of plowing them out too, which is a welcome change. If we have continuity, and that was one benefit of what Mr. Min and Wong actually urged, of having a connected grid in the core, that's great, as long as it's a continuous facility, and sometimes the Richmond-Adelaide lanes are blocked either by snowbanks or vehicles, so there's still some issues. Separated lanes, also, they take an awful lot of road space. And on the King, Queen, Dundas College, the streets are very narrow relative to the demands on them. So I'm not sure how we're going to fit them in. I think it's kind of impossible to put them in where they're really, really needed. We've got to do something for the east-west, and that brings into like the lower core here. This is going back to the 2008 West End Bikeways scheme. Plan effort, which only a little bit was done after this last year or two. We wanted to see east-west streets predominantly. And I don't think we can do those separated lanes. If we did something off-street, and I think staff had this idea, I'm not sure where it came from, but through the lower part of CAMH, that gets us off King and Queen, and those are very narrow streets. So I don't think we can get separated lanes there. I think it's unrealistic, and bidirectional won't work because of the way that all the blocks are north-south, so there are too many conflict points. That's not brief, perhaps, but it's a complicated problem.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Eli Aaron. Welcome, Eli. You have 5 minutes, and hopefully your mic's on there.
Thank you. If we're going to have a discussion about Toronto's cycling network, we need to be honest with ourselves. It's absolutely an international embarrassment, and the council is, for the most part, to blame. As other cities, including Montreal, Vancouver, New York, London, are rapidly expanding their cycling infrastructure, what was Toronto doing over the past few years? We were removing our cycling infrastructure, refusing to improve existing infrastructure, rescinding approval from bike lanes. If you don't believe it, I have all the voting records right here to prove it. So why were we not doing this? I don't know. It's absurd. And, even on this committee, there's only 2 members who voted no to removing bike lanes, and I've actually looked into that. So as Torontonians move into the 21st century, some councillors seem to be continuing to apply car-dominant planning policies from 1950. The mayor and the council are always talking about how we need to stay competitive with other cities. Well, on the cycling file, I would say that we've dropped the ball. Even comparing Toronto, I've ridden my bike in Mississauga. They actually have a better integrated network than we do, and I think that's pretty sad. Some councillors say, well, we can't implement it because there's not enough cyclists right now. Well, why aren't there enough cyclists? Because we don't have a network. So that can't be used as an excuse. If there's nowhere for people to ride, they're not going to ride. It's pretty simple. How much of an embarrassment is our current network? I live in North York. The nearest usable cycling infrastructure to my house is located south of Forest Hill, and it was installed 38 years ago in 1978. That's pretty sad. I strongly support the $24 million proposal in front of committee. We've done nothing for so long. We need to make up for so much lost time and just build this network out as fast as possible. I'm pretty sure if we were discussing an investment in roads that would benefit cars, there would be very little debate. Our current cycling budget is only $8 million, or 2% of the transportation operating budget. It's about 0.9% of the 10-year transportation capital plan. What's the bottom line? It's time for council to stop treating cyclists like second-class citizens. According to Toronto Public Health last week, 49% of Torontonians are overweight. We're at a tipping point. Obesity is costing our healthcare system $6 billion a year. The solution is not to encourage people to continue their old, unhealthy habits, but to encourage active transportation as a large portion of a healthy lifestyle. According to another very important thing to consider is that in terms of emissions, we cannot continue on our current path, or the Earth is basically bound for destruction within the next 100 years. Cycling, as I'm sure you know, has no greenhouse gas emissions. If we want a healthy city and not one where an obese majority chokes on smog, investing in cycling infrastructure is an important first step. While most members of council say they support cycling, there's lots of debate about specific routes and designs. Please, let the experts do their job. Leave the transportation planning to the transportation department and the planning department. I hear all the time, I support cycling, but I like this street, I don't like that street. We have qualified professionals here. Please, let them do their jobs. Even with Bloor Street last month, that was a ridiculous discussion. It should have been a unanimous vote. The fact that it lost on a tie at this committee is really an embarrassment. One last thing I'd like to say before my closing remarks would be that, I keep hearing no one cycles in the winter. Why? Because we're not properly plowing our lanes in the winter. Cyclists can't be expected to ride through the snow. And if you're not plowing the cycling lanes, if you don't have a minimum grid of plowed cycling lanes, no one is going to ride in the winter. It's not complicated. We need to plow our priority network of cycling lanes, and more people certainly will begin to cycle. We've seen in the past when we install cycling lanes, 300% increases in the numbers of cyclists, and I'm sure that would happen on many routes if we went forward with staff's recommendation with their recommended plan. 45 years ago next month, Premier Bill Davis said, if we are building a transportation system to serve the automobile, the Spadina Expressway would be a good place to start. But if we are building a transportation system to serve people, the Spadina Expressway would be a good place to stop. So today, I am saying to you, if we are designing a city for cars, halting or interfering with this plan would be a good place to start. But if we are building a city for people, and not just the inefficient, polluting vehicles that hog our roads, which some people choose to drive, approving the $24 million budget for Toronto's cycling plan would absolutely be an amazing step toward that goal. Let us build a city we can all be proud of together. Thank you very much.
Wow, what passion. It's great. Thanks for coming down, Eli. Just wondering, are you affiliated with any ward-specific cycling group or?
No.
No? And you cycle regularly?
I cycle regularly about 8 or 9 months of the year. I'd like to cycle more, but my area, there's no cycling infrastructure anywhere close to where I live, so it's really inconvenient for local shorter distance trips.
And whereabouts are you in the city then that's lacking?
I live in North Toronto, kind of close to Avenue Road and Lawrence West. And like I said, the nearest bike lane that's really usable to my house is on Russell Hill Road near St. Clair and Spadina, very far away.
Okay.
And there's no way to get to North York because of the Don Valley. There's no way to cross it. There's no way to go west because there's no east-west infrastructure. There's no way to go east. Other Don Valley crossing, that there's no safe way to do it. The only way is really to go south on the St. George Lane.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
I have a quick question for you. Sure. So you talked about the experts. Are you aware the experts that you reference have actually recommended a $16 million budget?
I am aware of that, but I I don't know if those experts are maybe just skeptical of if the council would go for the 24 million. I'm wondering if, given the option, they would choose the 24 million.
Well, they
don't know
wrote the
that.
report, so they're the experts, and that's what they've recommended to council. I just wondered if you were aware of that. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation today. We're going to move on to our next speaker, which is Anthony Humphreys, who is not here. And then our next speaker is Brandon Quigley. Welcome, Brandon. So, Brandon, you've got 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair and members of the committee, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. Probably no surprise, I'm here to speak in favor of supporting the 10-year network plan, as well as accelerating the funding for the plan by spending $25 million per year in terms of the options before you. We already know that getting more people on bikes means that more people have an affordable, convenient, healthier, and more environmentally friendly way to access jobs, shopping, services, and it all leads to less congestion on city streets, as we've seen in some of the speakers today. Well, many cities in North America, Vancouver and Montreal among them, have built extensive networks of safe, protected bike routes. Toronto, unfortunately, has lagged behind, particularly in recent years. But the new cycling network plan offers a clear, detailed, and pragmatic way forward. By increasing funding to $25 million per year, City Council can not only show it respects the citizens of Toronto who bike today and values their safety and well-being, but also that it recognizes the incredible potential of those who could be biking in the coming years if more safe places to ride are available. First, I'd really like to commend city staff on a really exemplary job in putting together the plan and consulting with residents and other stakeholders. The tens of thousands of people who have provided feedback and information on the cycling network plan is a testament to their work. And I can also speak to the fact that city staff has reached out to Cycle Toronto and the ward group that I'm a part of in Ward 30 to get our feedback on the plan and have been very good about, we've seen that plan change based on our feedback and we've gotten information from them that has been really valuable for us in speaking to other people in the community and in talking, you know, among members of our own group and other groups in the East End of Toronto. A couple of things in the plan specific to my section of the city in Ward 30, Toronto Danforth. We're really excited about an extension of the current Eastern Avenue bike lanes that would make it a more useful route, especially the prospect of a cycling connection over the Don River that could connect to the Richmond-Adelaide cycle tracks, which are such a great route but are difficult to get to from a lot of places in the East End. Local connections are also really important. I don't think a lot of people have talked about those in this, but those signed routes, those sharrows on quieter streets, really important when you're actually, for anyone who actually rides a bike, the importance of that wayfinding, of knowing where those quiet streets are. A lot of people don't like to ride on quiet streets, but anybody who's ridden a bike can tell you, you try to ride in the quiet street and they inevitably dump you out onto a busy street, often with no bike infrastructure, often a place you feel very unsafe. So really important local connections. In our ward, it's really important to be able to get down to the waterfront and the Portlands, and those connections are also accommodated in the plan. And then finally, maybe one of the most important connections in the East End is the Danforth. And having a route on the Danforth would not only allow more safety for the people who use the Danforth right now who ride their bikes, which are really thousands of people we know from past bike counts, but also recognize that there could be a lot more people who are not only commuting along the Danforth, but are riding their bikes to frequent local businesses. We've been really happy, and I've been really impressed and surprised by how supportive a lot of our local BIAs have been around cycling. They really do want more people to have more options to ride their bike to frequent local businesses. And this is the ability of people on bikes to access local businesses is so important. It's part of how this bike plan isn't just about transportation. It serves a lot of needs of our local communities and communities throughout the city. And then, while implementing the bike plan is, of course, important, it's equally important that it's implemented quickly. City Council has already shown ambition when it comes to other forms of transportation. A report recently on the Gardiner Expressway showed that the city is estimated to be spending $3.8 billion over the next 30 years, or $127 million per year, to serve about 7% of the commuters going into the core. 7% is an interesting number because a 2013 survey found that roughly 7% of people in Toronto ride their bikes every day. In Vancouver today, with a more extensive bike lane, or bike network, they've pushed their commuter mode shares to 7%. Even more people are riding their bikes for every purpose, but those commuter mode shares are already at 7%. Jared Culp from Cycle Toronto already talked about some of the other major infrastructure projects. City Council's not been shy about spending on transportation, and that $25 million, it's the highest amount before you today, but it's really a drop in the bucket compared to what the city is spending on other modes, even when you're comparing similar numbers of people. In short, when put those numbers in perspective, $25 million per year is a very modest amount. But these kind of investments in bike lanes and bike infrastructure have been shown to pay huge dividends in terms of not only increasing safety of people, but also encouraging more people to ride tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, very well timed. I see no questions for you, so thank you for coming today and for your time and your preparation. John, you're next. I'm so sorry. You've been very patient. Clerk's just reminded me you were actually on the other item, wrongly on the other item. So thank you for waiting.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm just going to log on my computer here and get my presentation out.
Okay, well.
Okay. I'm in favor of the cycle plan, very strongly in favor of it, and I'm going to restrict my remarks to one very specific aspect of it, which is safety. And in that sense, I'm going to make the argument that the plan should not be seen as a cycle plan so much as the installation of safety engineered infrastructure on our streets and roads. That's the important thing. It is because what we need above all in Toronto is a safety culture with the basic standard that safety is non-negotiable. And that a large part of our current safety culture in the marine and aviation industry started with the ship whose picture is on the screen now. And I guess you can recognize her. She's the Titanic. And that's very specific. After the U.S. Senate under William Alden Smith did hearings on the Titanic, it led to the Safety of Life at Sea, or SOLAS Convention, which is still an important milestone in marine safety, along with the Plimsoll Act and the heritage, the long heritage of excellence in training and education for seamen. Aviation safety culture followed the same rules, demanding standards for every person, every vehicle, every infrastructure that flies. And that is why, despite the fact that the aviation environment is one in which people can't actually breathe and have to carry their environment with them like a fishbowl for fish, despite the fact that they are 30,000 feet up, despite the fact that the consequence of any incident is likely to be extremely high, the most dangerous part of any commercial passenger flight is still the drive to the airport, because safety is the paramount value. Looking at the record of Toronto roads, and I've just got a representative table up here from the City of Toronto publication, which unfortunately stops at 2013, you will see we have a long way to go to reach Vision Zero. Those total numbers of deaths on our streets are simply unacceptable. There is no reason we should pay road tolls in blood. So then the question is, what can the city do to bring about a safety culture? Well, we can make safety the paramount consideration in our own policy making. We can design and implement safety-oriented infrastructure. We have some powers to direct the enforcement of traffic laws on our streets, and we can plan for human-powered transportation, which with lower speeds and lower energy levels is intrinsically safer as an effective way of getting around for the population of most of this city. What we cannot do is mandate vehicle design. We currently have vehicles designed to protect the occupants and the cargo, not the people the vehicle hits. We cannot set licensing qualification standards for operators. There are few, if any, tasks in our society as responsible as operating a surface motor vehicle that have standards as lax as those for a G-Class license. If you compare what it takes to get a G-Class license to what it gets to what a pilot's license requires, for example, it's night and day. And the city cannot set criminal penalties for misbehavior with a motor vehicle. However, we can, and we should, and we must support safety-engineered infrastructure designed and engineered for the safe transportation through this city. Because right now we have a stock of low-density housing. People like it. They should have the right to live in it. But that also makes life without driving difficult in many parts of the city. And we have a tradition, again rightfully so, of local personal mobility as a civil right. We can only offer these choices by making roads safe and making them safe for all users. And as a city, building safe and safety-engineered road structures is really the only tool we have that this City Council and those of us who elect you have available for us. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? No questions. Thank you for your time. Oh, no, one. We have one from Councillor Hall.
I do. Thank you. It was an interesting presentation, and I appreciate it very much. I guess one of the things that we're challenged with is resources are constrained, and therefore we have to have a methodology on how we allocate those resources to meet safety requirements. And one of the basics is risk analysis, and you look at magnitude and impact of the investments. Given the utilization of the roads and the cycling infrastructure, do you think this plan maximizes resources by putting the money where the impact is highest? Or do you think it's kind of spread out to try to cover the city with an idea of a network, whether or not there's riders?
Well, part of the aim of this infrastructure is to build so that riders will come. There are a great many, and this is a contentious issue everywhere, but there are a great many areas of the city which are genuinely terrifying to ride in. I have actually had conversations with people living in North York, for example, near Leslie and Finch, who say they would never, in a million years, allow their children to ride on those streets. They're just, the very idea frightens them to death. And I admit, I have ridden Finch, I've ridden Leslie, I've ridden Steeles. It is not something that people, it takes a considerable amount of nerve to do. It isn't something everybody's going to be willing to do. So my suggestion would be that a certain amount of infrastructure in the suburbs is important because that's where we can get the largest increase in mode share. My own ward, which is Ward 13, Sarah Doucette's ward, actually has a fairly significant mode share of cyclists right now, and it's a chicken and egg situation. We have a lot of cyclists, so they pressed very hard for the Annette Street bike lanes, but we also have a large number of cyclists because we have the infrastructure of the Annette Street bike lanes, and it does work.
So I live a little bit west in Etobicoke.
Yep.
I feel very safe riding down the street, so do my kids. Yet we don't have a lot of cyclists. We don't have that heavy load on the roads. They're wide open. I don't take my kids down Kipling, and if I go down Eglinton, it's down the trail.
Okay.
But, you know, the plan calls for investments in areas like mine, and I'm happy some of them are coming. But with your discussion about safety, would we be not better off concentrating all that money into the very highest use corridors and leaving the others?
Quite honestly, I think that's more of a question for city staff. But frankly, I would say that If it's a question of corridors, there are only really two questions that are important. The first is, how connected is the corridor? I'll give you an example. There is a very good bike lane on the Queensway. It runs from just west of St. Joe's Hospital to just to Sobeys at the Queensway and the Kingsway intersection. I use that bike lane on a regular basis because I live on the Humber River, and I ride down Windermere and then up the Queensway, and I get to the shopping center at Sobeys. Okay, that is not connected farther west. It is not terribly useful for anyone from your ward, for example, because they would want to go farther west, and that's a very high-speed street. And if you're not comfortable with cycling on high-speed streets, I'm one of the 10% that survey speaks of. I'll ride on just about anything that doesn't have a 400 in front of it. But for most cyclists, I think, the Queensway gets very intimidating after that point, particularly with the truck traffic turning in the morning to the Ontario Food Terminal. So I think that cycling infrastructure of some kind, creating a straight grid going right through to basically past Kipling, would be a very good thing for the cyclists in that area. Whether or not it's on main streets and exactly how it's constructed is something that I would personally leave to the experts, but I think something needs to be built. And something needs to be better. To the extent that things are already there, they need to be better signed. The other issue, of course, is how far do you expect cyclists to go out of our way? Because every jog in a cycle lane creates two things for cyclists. It creates risk because jogs generally put us on fairly major streets with no warning. It's a particularly risky turning maneuver for a cyclist. And the second thing that jogs do is make us spend a lot more energy. And unlike drivers, we're not just putting our foot on a pedal. We're putting our foot on the pedal all the time. Sorry?
Time, but thank you.
Okay.
It's a good way to end, I thought. All right, thank you very much. And that is the end of our speakers list. So we're going to move to questions of staff. Any visiting councillors with questions for staff? Councillor Davis?
When we first started talking about the bike network again, maybe we can back up a bit. We had a bike plan in 2011, correct? A multi-year bike plan? Actually, it went back further, much further.
Yeah, I think
when
it was
our
earlier
first
than that.
bike plan? 2001.
Yes. Through the chair, the original bike plan is 2001. The focus in 2011 shifted to trails at that time.
Right, so between 2001 and 2011, we had a plan, and it was a multi-year plan, and it did it not dedicate a certain amount of money every year to build the bike plan for the City of Toronto?
Through the chair, there was money, but it was not a significant amount of money. So even the $8 million that we're at right now was a ramp up during that period. I believe in most years it was roughly, as it grew during the mid-aughts, probably in the $3 to $6 million a year range.
And how close did we get to completing the plan in those early years?
We did not move very far.
How many kilometers? Do you know how many kilometers of bike lanes were built?
I would probably say in the about 200. Oh, I'm sorry, Chris, you want to take that?
There's some reference in this.
So I would say that we've come close to 300, but what's very significant to note is that the way in which we were able to roll out those proposed projects is very different in different parts of the city. And so in the downtown area, we actually succeeded in installing most of the stuff that was proposed as part of that 2001 network plan. If you look at the downtown core area, it's when you go outside the downtown that there were projects that unfortunately didn't make it.
And some that were canceled.
And some that were canceled.
And then in 2011, all the funding got redirected into trails, correct?
We also have upgraded a number of existing bike routes, and there were some new on-street routes that were installed where the community supported it as per the mayor's bike plan at the time.
Okay. So when we started talking again about cycling, it was being embedded in the feeling congested. And maybe I don't know who I should be referring this to, but it was part of the planning process. And so I'm wondering, how does this relate to the overall transportation plan for the city that is going to be embedded in the official plan? Did we envision cycling being part of the overall transportation network embedded in the official plan?
Yes, so as through that process, it was quite clear. I mean, what you have in front of you today is a plan that took us in the range of 18 months to develop. We got into the weeds. We know the widths of streets. We know what can fit. We know what can't fit. We know the barriers. We know where there's parking, where there's not. In the official plan, there was some general guidelines about what was being proposed. But again, it wasn't really vetted through any lenses of feasibility, cost, or viability. And so that was very much the focus of this plan, was to develop a network that built out the network, made connections, grew the network, and rebuilt some portions.
And so this will overall produce how many kilometers of bike lanes, infrastructure, not trails?
Through the chair, roughly 280 centerline kilometers, which would be a little over 500 directional kilometers of bike lanes or cycle tracks.
So when you said we did 200 kilometers between 2001 and 2011, that 10-year, was that directional or is that center line?
That was center line, and also included a lot of signed routes as well. So this plan, the number I just gave you was bike lanes or cycle tracks.
So I wanted to ask, one of the rationale for getting transit embedded in the official plan was that it would protect it, that it would become election-proof, that it would become part of what the city has agreed it is pursuing and will be essentially grounded. What will make this process, one, should we fund it, that we will make it a deliverable that cannot be overturned, that we make it our plan to deliver?
Through the chair, Councilor, I guess the only caveat I'd say on that is that every year our capital budget is revisited. So all of our projects are always vetted through a lens of capital budgeting.
But can't it be embedded in a way that every year you know you will put in that much money and that is part of your submission to council?
And through the chair, the intent of this plan is to create that goal.
Okay.
But again, as with all of our budget processes, all projects are always vetted to ensure that we're staying within the funds that are allocated.
And I just have two last questions. St. Clair Avenue East, I'm just wondered why it was not in there until way out. And Bay Street, north of College, which is an important bike route up to College, and then it just becomes Sharrows.
Yeah, through the chair, I mean, we had an extensive plan for, I'll speak to Bay Street first, Councillor, for Bay Street, and we did need locations where we could have vehicles make left turns. And that was the widest portion, gave the widest curb lane. Any other stretches where we had turn prohibitions, the left turn bays were not needed. So in those stretches, the decision was made that that was the way it was going to be accommodated. On St. Clair, the biggest driver at this point is that there's coordination with the MCIC process, so we are coordinating the infrastructure improvements with other capital projects.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This has a long list of proposed projects all over the city. Have you communicated or consulted on individual projects that are included in the plan?
Through the chair, we actually met personally with 34 councilors throughout the entire process. We offered meetings with each councilor to go through the plans in their wards. And again, not to say that in some instances, again, it was while it was in-depth, there are always design challenges that we face when we get into the actual design. So we have been meeting, we had the public consultation process. We feel that the plan was very thoroughly vetted. Again, we had a survey of roughly over 10,000 respondents, 7,000 comments on a digital map, 7,000 comments on our digital draft map, 12 stakeholder workshops, 6 public drop-in sections. So all of these contributed to the feedback we incorporated into the plan.
But after the city adopts this plan, we go back out on an individual basis, work through a public consultation process on individual projects, correct?
That is correct, and most of these will require some sort of change, either within bylaw, the designation of a bike lane, the modification of parking regulations, all of those will need to be required to report back to community councils in most cases. And ultimately, if they're on a TTC route, they would have to be taken to full council as well.
Now, on the various different scenarios that are put forward, you've got 5 scenarios. And which of them, maybe it's an obvious question to some, which of them would actually complete the network the fastest?
Through the chair, the challenge we faced, Councillor, is we had come up with the 3 scenarios early on in the process, which would basically look at a status quo, 50% increase in funding, 100% increase in capital funding. The motion was brought forward to us in, I believe it was September of last year, or I'm sorry, September of last year, to look at the additional funding levels. At that point, we had vetted to roughly $160 million worth of projects. Coming up with another $90 million of projects in that time wasn't feasible. So the approach we took for the 20 and 25 year was to see how well we could accelerate the delivery. And roughly, we feel that we could get the, with the lift to $20 million in a range of 9 years, 8 to 9 years, and with the 25 in the range of 7 to 8 years. And the challenge there is that many of the projects are coordinated with other capital improvement projects. So we will not be able to necessarily accelerate more without adding some additional projects.
So we couldn't go faster than 7 or 8 years without incurring additional costs associated with duplicating work and all those pieces.
Yeah, I mean, what we would, if anything, if the funding level got to that point, we probably would go through the list that did not make the 10-year and see which ones we would want to accelerate into years 8, 9, and 10.
So the 10-year plan, is that reflective in the full funding that's, like, do we need more than the amount allocated in order to fulfill the 10-year plan?
So yes, we did, well, there is some, delivering the entire program with the current funding would be challenging. We did leave some space in there for potentially provincial and federal funding. So roughly the plan right now is 85% funded. We do feel like the estimates that we've provided are reasonable and conservative, and it may be that depending on how bids come in, we could squeeze out the entire plan for that amount, but we did plan on 85% funding the plan.
So, okay. So the 7-year plan, is that 85% as well?
I'm sorry, Councilor, can you repeat?
Does the 7-year plan represent 85% of the funding for the plan?
No, that would be 100% funding compressed into those years, or 100% of the plan, 100% of the $16 million project list compressed into those years.
And currently, how much do the feds or province pay as or contribute to our cycling projects?
Roughly 0, but they have both announced, at least particularly, but they have announced a willingness to assist on projects moving forward, so we don't know what that number is at this time, but there has been sort of a commitment and political will to do so.
So we're anticipating that 0 will turn into 15%?
We are anticipating something, and we feel 15% would be roughly $1 million a year.
And that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm just going to build on a couple of the questions already asked, just to make sure I've got them right. How much are we spending right now on cycling infrastructure, which would include the lanes, the trails, and the maintenance of those?
Well, the lanes and the trails, the capital piece of it is roughly $8 million, $9 million per year.
Today?
Yeah, maintenance would be handled through operating budget.
Okay, so mixed in with the roads maintenance. Got it. Okay. Are the costs of implementing the work that would come out of the major corridor studies included in the plan, or is that separate?
They are currently included in the plan.
So the plan calls to do the work, to study it, and then actually implement the findings, and it's built in. Okay, great. We've got a palette of options before us, ranging from $8 million to $25 million. You've asked for, I think, 6 new staff. Does that number change based on the option that we select?
Yes, it's obviously for the 16 million. That is what we feel we would need to be able to deliver. And again, spending dollars, particularly on street at times, Councillor, can be hard. It's often a lot of labor to put down what can be at times relatively inexpensive paint and bollards.
Sure.
So the staffing to do this tends to be one of the significant costs.
Understood. In the report, we talk about our cycling app that harvests data about trips, and I think there's 90,000 of the trips that were used. There was a heat map on that. Can you comment on the weighting of the information, of that information into the decision-making process?
It basically, the information is presented. Again, you're talking, it's not a perfect sample of all the cyclists in the city. They're self-selected, so we understand that going in.
Right.
It was just basically using some of the information that could help us figure out where people were currently using. And again, it's imperfect at best, but I'll say it was better than what we had before, which was basically nothing. So.
Got it.
I would quickly add that for the cycling app, we considered it to be part of our public consultation process because the people who are using it are self-selecting. So we were able to understand from the self-selecting group of people what their route preferences are, and it did help to contribute to some of our choices about how we understand the importance of major barrier crossings as part of the network design, something that showed up very clearly in the use of the cycling app were these hotspots everywhere where the road network pinches over a bridge or through a tunnel in order to cross those major barriers. And so that helped to contribute to our network design.
So then how did we derive the current usage in those maps?
Yeah.
That data is from the Transportation Tomorrow survey, which is a statistically significant survey based on household data.
So they
census.
They identified themselves as cyclists in those areas?
Correct.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. And I wondered if you could just go over very quickly is just the rollout process. We talked a little bit about it, but so council's going to approve this plan that will then set you up to do a whole bunch of smaller projects, and where do they go from that, and how does the money get integrated?
So through the chair, obviously all of this is for, the plan's going to be adopted in principle, and then what we'll do is inform our capital ask for 2017 and moving forward. So at that point, we would then figure out what we need to do, and we've been figuring out ways to better use existing allocated dollars. So again, we feel like we could accommodate most of this within our current budgeting envelope, but the question today before us is looking at whether or not the committee and council support this plan.
Okay, so you have a range of complexities, though. So some of them are identifying streets with I think you could call them quiet streets with signage, sharrows. You don't need any extra help to go forward with those. You just do them, I guess, based on the plan. And then we start to get into more complex situations where we are putting lanes on roads that may or may not affect traffic and may affect parking, may affect live lanes, and right up to major corridor studies where there could be infrastructure builds associated with it. What are the rollouts of those pieces?
So all of these would go through a process, Councillor, where we're working with local councillors on these. Obviously, particularly in locations where we're going to impact parking or travel lanes, there's always public concern. So our process is to announce the plan, go through a process with the local councillor. Typically what we'll do is put up some straw man ideas and let the public comment on them, and then that typically serves to underpin our final decision.
Great, thank you. Fantastic work. Thrilled it's here. So I just have questions specific to bike lanes on the Danny, my favorite topic. So we're looking at that in 2017, it is?
I'm sorry, through the chair. Depending on the funding scenario, I think on the 16 one, it was slated in the plan for that.
So with 16 million, we can start the work for bike lanes on the Danforth
It would be the study.
study. And I think you probably saw the letters of support from two BIAs, the Danforth Mosaic and I believe it's the Danforth BIA, and then DECA, the Residents Association, one of them. So you know that they're supportive?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
and then you know you have 4 super supportive counselors out there. Yep. And the cycling groups have done legwork already. So things depending on what we adopt today in at council for funding, we're all ready to go for the Danforth.
Through the chair, in the plan before you right now, we have under scenarios 3, 4, and 5, it's starting in 2017. In scenario 2, it would be 2019. In scenario 1, it would be 2020. So depending on the amount of funding that comes in, that is what we believe would be a realistic time frame to start.
Okay, but scenario 3 is 16 million?
Correct.
Okay, fantastic, thank you.
Sure. I'm pleased to see, first of all, thank you very much. I know this has been a very comprehensive process. And I'm very pleased, as Councillor McMahon has identified, that we are in scenarios 3, 4, and 5 able to complete the study and the construction. No.
I'm sorry, no, initiate the study in 2017, and I'd have to pull up the dates on the actual construction, were we to do anything. And again, Councillor, yeah, Councillor.
I'm supposed to be speaking.
I'm sorry.
I'm supposed to asking questions. So I was kind of looking for a nod, but not really an answer, although now my answer is, it's clear. So I will be looking to see if there is a way to accelerate this, because with, even with looking at option 3, which is the 16 million annually, the construction won't take place for many years on the Danforth. And I know that there is pent-up desire to have that done and have it done now. I obviously want to see what happens with Bloor and that we integrate it with the learnings from Bloor, but the Danforth is definitely a priority for me. I also, though, think that St. Clair Avenue East is a very good candidate for an east-west connection that ought to be explored long before 2021. So I'm hopeful that we can come back to reevaluate that. We have to reach out into Scarborough, just beyond the East York borders, our North York and Scarborough, and bringing people in across St. Clair or down O'Connor seem to be the ways that I think we could achieve a lot more cycling activity from the northeast of the city. So I expect there's going to be a big debate at council about which level of funding we're prepared to support. And I would be prepared to support an additional amount of funding to expedite the plan. I also am tempted to move a motion to ask you how we're going to look at the feasibility or the process for embedding our cycling plan into the official plan, as we are going to do with our transit system and our transit growth strategy. We should have a cycling growth strategy that is embedded in our transportation plan, in the official plan. We started out looking at it in a holistic way. I understand why it came apart from that process so that we can look at more detailed analysis of the street-by-street feasibility. But otherwise, I look forward to working to, along with my colleague this year, to introduce bike lanes on Woodbine, and that will take us up to O'Connor, which is the gateway into Scarborough, and hopefully at some point either O'Connor or St. Clair will connect to that bike lane. And that's all I'll say for now. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and I'll try not to take up the full 5 minutes, as I know you guys have been here for a while. I wanted to just thank staff for presenting what I think in great detail and very clearly shows how we can fast-track this process. How can we make sure that we see the maximum benefits of cycling in the city at a faster rate? We know that through this poll that has been presented to us, that the city's ready for a bit of a shake-up here. They're ready to move on this like every other major city around the world is. As cities grapple with the realities of congestion, of the drawbacks of building cities around a single occupancy automobile model, they're looking to a variety of different things. And to fight climate change, they're looking to a variety of different mechanisms. One is public transit, and we're seeing an increased, almost a renewal of investment in public transit that would have been happening decades ago in our city with like other cities around the world that are looking at these problems and saying we need to have different solutions. So public transit being a huge piece, but also more and more often we're looking at examples of cities around the world who have used cycling as being one of those major transportation pieces. Our mayor and other members of council went to China recently, and as I took a similar trip up to Harbin in northern China, and it was quite clear they're meeting the transportation needs of their city in a large part because of public transit, because of bike lanes, where they have installed separated bike lanes all over their major cities, irrespective of how much car traffic, because they move more people around. I'm not convinced they were doing it for health reasons, but there are also some significant environmental and health reasons why you would build infrastructure like this. And other cities are following that lead. And so we've been presented here with 5 scenarios. One, that we would see this plan built out in 15 years, and one we would see it built out in 7. And we're going to experience the same benefits if it's built out in 15 years than if it's built in 7 years, except in 7 years we're going to realize them faster. And we're going to be able to do this transition quicker. So the investment we make up front will have a longer time to pay out. We'll realize those benefits sooner than we would if we waited. And we know we're going to make these investments. We know we're going to update these roads. This is a good plan. It's been consulted by staff. It's ready to move into its implementation phase and to go out to the public for more detailed consultation. But we don't have a lot of time to wait here. If the country is going to meet its goals under the new Paris Protocol, we're going to need to take some pretty significant action. And transportation is still the largest contributor to greenhouse gases in the city of Toronto, as it is in most parts of the world. And we need to be a leader on this again. And we've seen that some of the larger pieces of cycling infrastructure that have been installed in the southern part or in the downtown part of the city have had significant gains, and they haven't been this. They haven't had the destructive elements that I think some people cautioned us against. That's why we spent a lot of time and investment in looking at Bloor Street as a pilot project, and that's why I think it's worthwhile to pursue the plan at the fastest possible rate. For those that want to stack up the dollars and cents, I think that the numbers that we were getting from the money that was being put in cities like London and in Holland are far great, almost 10 times the amount per capita from our existing investment dollars they're investing in London. More than twice they're investing in Montreal. And for those naysayers that think, well, because it's cold here, we can't cycle, in Montreal there's more snow. And they're somehow willing and able to put this kind of investment in and reap the rewards of it. I hope that this committee will send clear direction to council to say, let's do this plan, let's do it as quickly as we possibly can, and let's move forward.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of motions. The first is motion A. I am going to recommend scenario 1, which is the $8 million. And I have, I guess it's called C here, and B, are 2 additional report back requests for council. And the first is to report back on a possibility of a procedure that involves polling where we remove live lanes or parking from in front of someone's business or someone's home. And some sort of a documentation or an understanding of how the delegation works to community council or public works when we span two different districts. And the last is something that I've struggled with the report, and that is to identify the projects in this report that require the removal of a traffic lane or involve changes to parking. I endorse the $8 million going forward because it's not nothing. It's not a no investment into cycling infrastructure. It's a continued investment into cycling infrastructure. And I struggle with approving a plan without a financial plan to back it up. So it really isn't a plan unless we know how we're going to pay for all of this. And those discussions haven't happened at a budget table. So I think the most prudent and responsible way forward is to approve what we can actually afford to do, which is the $8 million. And with respect to the other components I've asked for reporting on, I'm not sure how we can make a decision at council on approving these projects to go forward without having a pretty good understanding of what they involve. And to me, that is very important to distinguish those that are closing lanes of a road or are going to result in massive changes to parking. And I'd like to have a good idea of the methodology forward and how we're going to tackle those, because they are going to be the bluer lanes all over, project by project by project. And I think council should be aware of that when that goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to speak next because I've got a... Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councillor McMahon.
So I guess it was your first motion requesting that we just look at $8 million? Is that your first motion?
Right. I requesting, is it scenario 1 as outlined in the report?
So you realize that that's the current amount that we spend?
I went with scenario 1 of the report.
Yeah. And just wondering why you would not want to increase the funding?
I think I covered that in my statements in that we don't have a financial plan behind this or a fiscal plan behind it. So that's the most responsible one.
I think you were supportive of Richmond and Adelaide because you saw the numbers of the increase in ridership once you built the separated, safe lanes. Is that not correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure how that relates to clarification of the motion, but...
Well, it's just if we increase the funding and we build separated lanes, would you not think that we would get more cyclists on those lanes in a safer environment?
I think I'm comfortable with scenario 1 outlined in the staff report.
Does the increase in cycling fatalities worry you?
I think I'm comfortable with the scenario 1 as outlined in the staff report.
And last question, what did you think of the Evergreen poll? Did that influence your $8 million?
Chair, I have to...
Did that influence the $8 million idea or not?
I don't know. Using the words of the staff report, scenario 1.
Thank you.
A question 2. Okay, so just to be crystal clear, so your first motion, 1A, is to go to 8 million.
Can I just say a couple of words too, since I stayed? I thought we were speaking, right?
No.
Yeah.
We're asking questions of the mover.
Oh.
Okay. So your first motion, 1A, just to be clear, crystal clear, so when we come to vote on this, is you're recommending the lowest amount on the chain, so.
Yeah, that's
80
right.
million.
So the
Okay, so
scenario one.
And then 1B is what you're saying here is report back on council or PWIC on projects that impact a traffic lane.
Yeah, the hope is to have that to council.
Or you want that to go to council?
Yeah, to help inform our decision, which comes up.
Okay. And so whether it's a parking lane or changes to parking no stopping bylaws. All right, so that's crystal clear. And your last one is related to polling residents and businesses?
So it's not to do either of those actions. I just want to have a report from staff about a possible methodology.
A procedure.
Of doing a poll so that we can debate that at council. And also, if there's any changes, or at least report on the delegation procedure that is used to roll these out through the community councils, which somewhat were covered in the questions today, but I think it would be helpful in a staff report, so we understand how this thing is going to unfold over time.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions for the mover? No, seeing none. So I'm, it's because I've got a bunch of motions I'd like to put forward. So if the clerk could put the motions up on the screen. So I do have several motions. First, I'd like to commend our staff who've worked very hard on this. Councillor Davis, can I just thank staff for a minute? Councillor Davis? I just want to thank staff I just want them to hear what I'm saying. So I just want to commend staff for their work in developing this very comprehensive plan. I know it's been a labor of love, and a lot of work and time and effort has gone into it, including this past weekend. So I really appreciate your efforts and your comprehensive network approach. So we've done a lot for bikes lately. We currently have 558 lanes of on-street infrastructure in Toronto, and that's in addition to 297 kilometers of multi-use trails. And in the last few years, we've actually been very proactive in growing the network, which may surprise some of you, given the last administration. But we've completed 40 kilometers of bikeway trails and 15 kilometers of cycle tracks. So for 2016, Council has approved 41 kilometers of on-street routes and the initiation of 3 major corridor studies. And all that's locked and loaded and really in the mix and moving forward. So all of that is very exciting. So over the past 10 years, we've significantly increased our investment in expanding Toronto's cycling infrastructure. And I would say, given the numbers I've just cited, that it's actually quadrupled. So the capital budget infrastructure, I think in 2005 was $2.5 million. Now we're getting closer. I think this year we spent $13.5 million. So we've come a long way since 2005, and we should have. This is a long-term plan focused on creating a connected network, not piecemeal lanes like 2001. I feel like that was not a good plan. I don't want to be critical, but this is really going to create a connected network. And that's what we all want. We want those gaps filled. But expanding cycling infrastructure is not easy logistically, and I like to say this every time I speak because I'll tell you, staff are trying to deal with a shared space, a right-of-way, and you have to balance many priorities like cyclists, pedestrians, and motorists, as well as accessibility, movement of goods, deliveries, loading, unloading, transit, parking, accessibility, I'll say again because it's so important, and even trees. We have to work around trees. So working on the right-of-way is very complicated and challenging, and it takes a lot of time. So putting in cycling infrastructure, as we saw with the Bloor pilot, and some say it was 40 years in the making, it also requires extensive study, consultation, and planning. So as I've mentioned, we're currently investing significant amounts in the 3 major corridor studies that are underway this year. And to give you an example, the Bloor pilot study, which was just approved, that will cost $250,000 to study, $500,000 to install, And the broader major corridor study is expected to cost about $750,000. So that's a total of $1.5 million. We've allotted over $3 million to the 2 Yonge Street corridor studies at the top of Yonge and the bottom of Yonge. And so that's why I'm going to be putting forward, or I already have put forward, an amendment to the staff recommendations just to hold off on pursuing the other major corridor studies outlined in the staff report, but maintaining the $16 million a year scenario. So staff have worked very closely with me on developing this motion. My goal is to forge ahead, get those studies rolling, the ones that are already underway, get them rolling, get those done. Let's meet our commitment and gather the data from those studies. And as Councillor Davis said, our learnings from particularly all eyes are on the Bloor pilot. We're all looking very forward to the results of the outcome of that. But staff have confirmed also we can take advantage of some additional capital coordination opportunities, which lessen disruption to the city, and an opportunity also to advance some of the less controversial projects and fill in more gaps, which again is a big passion for many of us. I want to stress that the studies are not being taken off the table. In fact, I would like them to come back with a 2-year review of the cycling network plan, and I'm very happy to hear Jared Cole say that he's open to reviewing it again in 2 years. So and we will look again at the funding levels and all the additional major corridor studies, but let's see the results of some of these other major corridor studies we're undertaking. I'm also, as I've said, I'm a big proponent of maintaining the staff recommendations of the $16 million a year scenario. It's a significant increase, as I said off the top, over the spending of the past, and it shows a strong commitment to the cycling network. It also allows for the majority of the plan to be built out in the 10 years. And I want to hear and see the other levels of government come to the table. I'd like to see them throw their hat into the ring, and this will leave room for the other levels of government to do just that. So I'm very hopeful we can fill in that other percent with our provincial and federal partners. And I think staff are very confident that they're going to see that money flow, and I feel very confident about it too. So I think it's very important we leave some room for the other partners, provincially and federally, to play a role in helping us fund this and roll all this out quickly as possible. So also the $16 million a year scenario allows us to maximize our opportunities to bundle implementation with planned capital work. People hate in the city when we dig up a road and then we re-dig up a road. So let's do it all at once, do it well, do it effectively. So this is smart planning and it's cost effective, and it's what residents want to see. So the other thing is that's coming shortly to Public Works is the road safety plan that we've been working on for close to a year. And as many of you know, in 2015, we lost 39 pedestrians in this city and 4 cyclists. So throughout that debate and discussion, we will be looking at other designs to improve the safety of all road users, whether you're a pedestrian, a motorist, a cyclist, but particularly we're focusing on vulnerable users, which are pedestrians and cyclists. So I expect that we're going to see some dollars flowing from that report as well, and some demands and expectations and requests, which in my mind are long overdue, improving safety for everyone in the city. So at the end of the day, whether we like it or not, Public Works or City Council, all of this goes to the Budget Committee. And so as you see in the report, the final decision makers will be Budget Committee, and then at the very end of the day, Council. But as we go through this process, the dollars will be determined by Budget Committee at the end of the day. So just in summary, I would say that I'm a big supporter of creating a network of cycling infrastructure, very focused on connecting the gaps, upgrading the cycle tracks we have in place, because some of them are in very rough shape and we need to address that. And I think this is going to make cycling much safer in the city, and hopefully we'll get more people out riding. But as you know, all of this, the councillors, residents, businesses, it takes a lot of consultation. And so that's why I've put forward similar motions that Councillor Cressy and I put forward a couple weeks ago at Council related to the Bloor bike lanes. So in my motions, you'll see some opportunities to go out, and Steve Buckley loves surveys. No, he doesn't, but I'm being funny. But to go out and talk to the residents, to go out and talk to the local businesses and get their input and make sure they have a voice through this process. So that's the tail end of my motions are very similar to what you might have seen at council a couple of weeks ago when Councillor Cressy and I put motions forward related to the Bloor bike lane. So by approving this plan today, we're laying the groundwork for huge change in the city over the next 10 years. And this allows us to, these motions, if we move them today, allows us to get moving on the things that are I guess, the low-hanging fruit and move forward quickly. So Councillor McMahon, you're up next.
First, I have a question. First of all, can we get a copy of this from clerks? Just because I can't read it all. Okay, so Chair Robinson. So 2 things. One is in your section on reviewing it in 2 years, which is great, which is what I wanted for sure, and I'm thrilled you're doing that.
That was for you.
Thank you. Can we put in, would you be keen on a friendly amendment to that? I can't see where it is. On clerks, can you scroll down on that? Clerks, sorry, thanks. We're looking for the 2-year. Is it number 2, maybe? Right there, is that it? No. Oh, number 4. 2-year, let's see that. So 2 years with a report back to Public Works and Infrastructure Committee in the 4th quarter of 2018 regarding implementation process and a review of project timing. And then would you take a friendly amendment to increased funding, potential increased funding levels?
Yeah, that's fine. I kind of felt like that was there, but maybe not.
There it is.
It does say to review funding. So,
Yeah, it says funding, but I was
funding
just...
levels, so that was the intent?
Yeah.
But you'd like to make that clearer?
Yeah, just with potential increased funding. Thanks. That would be great.
Yeah, so I'd be happy to do that. I mean, what Councillor McMahon, what I was trying to do is juggle a lot of opposing views on this. Some people wanted 3 years, some people didn't want increased funding levels, but I think in 2 years' time we can definitely look at increasing or look at the funding level.
Okay, that'd be great. And the second thing was with the corridor, so you're just saying to put some of the corridor studies on hold till we get results back from Bloor, but would that include the Danforth?
So it's not actually putting them on, well, it kind of is putting them on hold. So for instance, let's use the example of Yonge Street. Yonge Street's not being even studied till 2023. So what I'm saying is let's get the feedback, input, results of these studies that are underway, particularly the Bloor pilot. My guess is it's going to be probably fast-tracked a bit. But also the 2 studies that are on Yonge, at the north part, I'll call it North York, and the bottom part near the lake. But for the findings from all that and the learnings from that to apply to these other studies that are, a lot of them are way out, like years away from being studied. So your question was, sorry, about
the Danny. The Danny. I just want to know.
I don't have the Danforth in here, so.
But it's yeah. Sorry, we'll just get staff to, I think.
Can we look at doing that at council, or?
Is that, I'm just wondering if the motion, maybe staff can clarify. I'm not sure.
I guess,
If staff can clarify, does this motion affect the Danny, study on the Danny?
Yes, it does. It would make the Danforth study be something we reviewed in 2019 budget process.
Okay, I'm just clarifying that. Okay.
Okay. So, Councillor Lee.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I will be supporting...
Sorry. Councillor Fragedakis asked me to take carriage of this motion, so I didn't, I haven't spoken yet. I can do it later.
You can speak next. Everybody's mixed up. Councillor, okay. Go ahead, please.
And I will be supporting motion 3 and as well as Councillor Holliday's motions, because it's just a report coming back to council in the next council meeting when this whole item goes up. So I think this is a good thing. I mean, The Bloor Street bike lanes is in pilot, so we need to assess all the information from that pilot to proceed with the other major routes, major corridors. Now, my concern when I spoke to staff when they brought forward was the local bike infrastructure, because more of the bike users in my area and actually locally likes to be connected to all the destinations within each ward or close by anyways. So, but in the fine print, it is going to continue looking at connecting the local destinations. So we need to do that and then have the connections between from local to local until they get downtown. So I think that builds up the whole network. And when we have so much going on in terms of the public transit portfolio, we need to look at this holistically, the bike lanes and the public transit, because more of the people use public transit than actually cyclists. So I think we need to move forward with the transit file as quickly as possible and incorporate the cycling network into the transit portfolio to ensure that we are connected. And even the cycling population, people that from my area that can actually come downtown and then rent big C bikes to get around, because there is, public bicycling that they can undertake. It just costs a little bit of money, okay, that to sign out a bike right to the next destination and so on. But I think we need to move forward because more and more of our population is cycling, even in my area. And somebody mentioned Steeles Avenue. When I got first elected, I got a complaint that there were a lot of bikes that are parked along Steeles Avenue at the local plazas, chained against fences and so on. And many of them are actually riding the bikes to the bus stop, parking the bikes at, close by the bus stops, chaining it to the closest tree or closest fence or telephone pole, and then taking the bus. And the bikes is left there all day long. And sometimes I find abandoned bikes that's been left there for a number of years. So we have to call, but it's on the Markham site, you see. So I cannot call you, I got to call the Markham site, okay? So those are things that is happening in the city, and in the underpass at Steeles and the Stouffville corridor, when they are looking at it, they're finding that a lot of people are riding the bikes in that corridor as well along Steeles. And now Midland is one of those avenues that has been identified as a corridor to be used. I had some concerns, but when we looked at it again, the boulevards are wide enough to be able to add the cycling paths without taking away from the transit, the cars and the transit as well. So we need to move forward on this, and we will make sure that pinch points are all looked after and mitigated. So I'll support these motions. Thank you very much.
I'm moving this up. Okay, thank you, Councillor Lee. Okay, we're ready to vote.
Councillor McMahon.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor McMahon, you still have yours. Okay, Councillor McMahon has motions. Do you want to go first? Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm going to support everything that's here. I'm hoping that we're able to realize and perhaps even move the cycling infrastructure a little faster. I've never been able to understand why it is that every time we rebuild a road or we resurface a road, we don't look for opportunities to create a safe cycling environment for people. Whether there are bicycles on that street or cyclists on that street or not. Cycling, like motorcycling, anytime you get on two wheels, it's a little intimidating. It's tough to do. Riding on a motorized vehicle of sorts is tough, motorcycles, Vespa, scooters, e-bikes, and so on. It's intimidating as it is, especially when you have to get in a lane and basically ride in the flow of big automobiles, vehicles that are a couple of, tons in weight. If you don't want to tangle with those because you're always going to lose, right? And you're going to lose badly. So that's tough enough as it is. And in cycling, it's also tough in the sense that you got to get on a bike, you got to exert yourself. The seat is a little rough. So it's hard. It's a hard endeavor. So most of us, choose the comfortable option. And the comfortable option is, you get into your car or your vehicle. And I have to tell you, I was coming in my car this morning and on College Street. There are a bunch of folks on bicycles right next to me, and they're cruising right along. And I just thought to myself, wow, look at them go, right? And I thought, what am I doing in my car? Like, why am I not out on my bike? That's because I love cycling. But most people wouldn't look at that and say, oh, wow, look at them go. Most people would say, oh, wow, look at this. They're all in my way. And you create an unsafe environment both for the drivers and for the people who are, putting themselves at risk out on a bicycle or some other two-wheeler of sorts in traffic and so on. So I think that if you build that safe cycling infrastructure, that safe cycling environment, you'll encourage more and more people who are behind the wheel of their car on a road or in traffic and say, geez, you know what, I have to try that. Look at them go. Because they're moving around, they're active, they're physically getting engaged, and they're getting to places, and they're getting off the road, out of your way. They're taking another car or another SUV off the road, out of your way. So why it is always an us and them whenever we have this debate is just beyond me. It's us. Do I want my kids cycling in a safe environment on separated bike lanes, even in and around the neighborhood? Absolutely. Why would I want them on the road? Why wouldn't I want them to feel safe? Why wouldn't I want them to make that a lifestyle choice, to be able to say, I want to ride my bike. I don't want to be in a car for all of those other reasons or whatever reason. I mean, to me, it's always been a no-brainer in this regard. And why wouldn't fold that into? We resurface, I don't know if I said this, I think I said it, I may not have said it, somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 kilometers of road a year. We rebuild. So when we go in and rebuild, we generally, curbs, all that stuff, right? We rebuild about 20 kilometers of road a year. Why we wouldn't be seizing opportunities in those instances to say, let's create a safe cycling environment so more and more people will be encouraged, to toughen up their butts on a bicycle seat, right, and get out and ride. Why we would do that, I wouldn't do that, I don't know. So I'm going to support it, but I felt I wanted to say that just the same.
Much. So first of all, Councillor Fragedakis has asked me to take carriage of a motion for her. So here it is. And yeah, so cycling, the Transportation Services staff want, maybe we just refer this to them because it gets all over the place with different streets and whatnot. And Councillor Fragedakis could not be here today, but I will put it out there for her. All right, and thank you, Chair Robinson, for including the 2-year review and the considered increase in funding. As maybe I would say I'm going to say the lone cyclist on the PWEC committee, I'm going to say that, I'm not sure, or lone regular cyclist, Councillor Perruzza. Not sure, not wishing to offend anyone, but just to be factual. I'm very much in support of our cycling network in the city. I think staff have done a tremendous job. Thank you very much. Hope you're going to Hawaii tonight. What I would just say is for councillors to think boldly, to be bold. As Councillor Layton mentioned, some of us were in Asia recently. I used to live in Japan, so I know this to be true as well, but the cycling infrastructure is phenomenal. We saw from our deputants this morning, thank you very much to all of you for coming down, we saw what's going on in London. We know what's going on in Montreal and other world-class cities. We just had a great event at Mars the other night with Mr. Buckley's good friend Gabe Klein from the transportation wizard in Washington, D.C., saying, have a goal of 2 years. So I'm glad, even though it's our 10-year plan, that we're reviewing this in 2 years. But we've just seen these poll results, these phenomenal poll results, which I would encourage all of you to meet with the Metcalfe and Evergreen to hear what exactly your residents are saying. Because I'm telling you, if you go outside these walls, Toronto is ready for it. Toronto wants it. Toronto wants a safer cycling network, not just cyclists, but it also helps the drivers to get the cyclists, for everyone to be safe and have cyclists in their separated lanes safely and drivers in their car lanes safely. With an increase in the cycling fatalities and pedestrian fatalities lately, it is mind-boggling that we would consider lower than the 16 million recommended. It's been proven time and time again, if we build the lanes, cyclists will come. I'm not one of these cyclists like our last deputy was who will bike anywhere and everything, but I do bike spring, summer, and fall, and I do bike on major streets, on fast streets. I was hit by a car at one point. Luckily, it wasn't worse, but not everyone will do that. Not everyone will be gutsy enough to do that and to drive or bike on major roads. And it is my main mode of transportation in the spring, summer, and fall. It's not for leisure or pleasure. It's my main mode of transportation. Why should that be denied to me? And for councillors who maybe can't get their heads around the cycling infrastructure, I am going to encourage you, I'm going to invite you all out for a bicycle ride in downtown Toronto. Bike Month is coming up. It's a perfect time for us to do it, and we will all bike together and we will experience it. Sometimes it's very difficult to experience something until you've actually been in the situation, until you've been in someone else's shoes, or in this case, in someone else's pedals. And so I'm going to invite all city councillors to come out for a bike ride downtown Toronto, see what it's like, because it's one thing biking on the trails, it's one thing biking on the quieter streets. I think we all need to be aware, and we'll make it cycle-friendly. It won't be strenuous, but you will have your eyes wide open. I guarantee that. So with that, I will, 16 million is phenomenal because it is a double in the increase in double the amount of funding. I would love 25. I'd love to get it built sooner rather than later. I'm happy to do the 2-year review and look at increased funding, and I will not be supporting anything that affects the bike lanes on the Danny. Thank you.
Very much, Councillor McMahon. So we're referring your motion to staff that you put forward because I think there's some technical issues with that motion. So we have a series of motions before us that we need to sort through. And I think we've got the running order if we've got Councillor McMahon's in the mix now. So the first one I believe is 1A, if you want to pull that up, and then we'll put it on the screen. Councillor Holiday's 1A.
Just put 1A up. I'll do that.
will be the last.
Yeah, it's okay, because it was last anyway, so you just move that.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That does not carry. The next item is Councillor Robinson, mine. So that would be part 1 of mine. So all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Part 2 of mine. All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's unanimous. Councillor Holiday's 1B, if we can pull that up. This is a, yes?
Point of order, I don't know if the clerks can comment if this has been covered in the motion that was just put forward. I noticed some of the report back was similar, and if it's not covered, then I'm,
Yeah.
okay to let it
My
stand.
impression is staff do this anyway but anyway, that was my impression when I first saw the motion. It's harmless, I think. All those in favor, opposed, carried. You can put it in your newsletter now, Stephen. Okay, next is 1C. All right, this is Councillor Holiday again. So this is to look at a report back from staff on polling and project overlaps, delegation. All those in favor? That carries. Opposed? That carries. Okay. The next item is, where are we? Robinson. Okay, so part 3 of Councillor Robinson. It's me. So all those in favor, part 3, that carries. Part 4, that carries. Opposed? Okay, and then that carries. Part 5, all in favor, opposed? That carries. And then Councillor McMahon's referral motion, referring the item to staff. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That carried. Okay, we have 2 items left that should be fairly quick. So let's move on to those, which are our next item. So if the speaker could make his way to the podium. There's just one speaker, Paul Monahan. Welcome, Paul. Thank you for your patience. We had a very heavy agenda, as we usually do. Okay, so you can start, and got 5 minutes.
Yes, hi. My name is Paul Monahan. I'm the chair of the College West BIA. And the discussion deals with the feasibility of collection of solid waste for businesses and residents in the College Dufferin area, specifically a laneway, Dragon Alley Lane. I own a property there as well, and of the property owners within the Sheridan Dufferin area bordering the Dragon Alley, we've had garbage pickup before. I bought the building in '89. We had garbage pickup in the 90s, first part of the 90s. And we want to go back to that. The fact that we have a BIA, it was initiated by some of the board members that are not able to be here today. But that matter has gone on and discussed, and it's come to this point now. Only thing I have to present new on the issue is a signed document of a dozen property owners in that area. And the rationale behind having the pickup in the laneway, it takes a lot of the garbage pickup and the garbage otherwise on College Street. So just the presentation of a clean street is a concern that initiated our discussion. And everybody, and for the residents behind, bringing the garbage around the laneway has always been a difficult task, especially during the wintertime. And that is the main reason why we wanted to have the pickup in the laneway. We've also had one of our members ask a garbage truck to go through the laneway to see how feasible it was. He backed in through the laneway because he picks up garbage now in the next lane up, almost very similar. And he says, no problem, just give me the green light and we'll do it anytime. So that's where we stand at this point. And I'm asking council to review the possibility of garbage pickup in the laneway. That's all I have, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker? Councillor Bailao.
Paul, we have in the report saying that the city has not picked up the garbage on this lane. You live and have a business on the laneway, and you had city trucks going into the laneway and picking up your garbage?
Yes, we certainly have.
Was it with the accommodation of the parking lot already, or was it before the Green Pea parking lot being there?
Before the parking lot. And in fact, before the parking lot, it was a more narrow area because there was one time I believe a disposal company, so that whole area across the back had a chain fence.
And they went in and out from which side? From the Dufferin or from Sheridan?
I don't think it mattered at that time. I think they went mostly probably from Dufferin.
And that went on until what year?
I would say I bought the building in '89, and that went on for at least 8 years.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, just one more question. So this is the storages between, so the front, the buildings that front College Street between Dufferin and Sheridan. There's also businesses and residents on the south side of College that also have a laneway at the back. Do they get garbage collected on the laneway?
No, they do not.
Did they ever have garbage, do you know?
Not to my knowledge, they've never had garbage pickup in the laneway.
Okay, thank you.
Their laneway is structured different than ours. Ours are straight through from Sheridan right through to a main street, Dufferin.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Any questions for staff? Councillor Bailao. Thank you very much, by the way. Thank you.
So, questions of staff. So, have we ever collected garbage for residential or commercial garbage of these addresses on College Street between Dufferin and Sheridan?
To our knowledge, through the chair, no. The comments from the deputant date back 25 years or more. Back then, it was a very different situation, different types of trucks, different services, and we're hard-pressed to find somebody on staff who's been there for 25 years to know the answer to that one. But to our knowledge, no, certainly not with modern-day collection vehicles.
Okay. How do we collect in most of the laneways? I mean, most of our business. Is it, if we have an opportunity to collect through the laneway, because, I mean, residents and business do have a point that it looks much nicer if you don't have all those garbage containers in front of the business. What is the preferable option to collect the garbage?
The preferable option is curbside, which is what's happening out there right now. Some of the challenges with collecting in these laneways is they don't meet our specifications to actually put our trucks through. And that can either be the width of the laneway, which in this case it doesn't meet. It's 3.3 meters wide at its narrowest point. Our requirement is 4 meters wide, so it presents a safety issue to get in and out of those areas. And also access to the laneway in terms of turning movements to be able to turn the truck to get into the laneway. We had our colleagues in transportation do actual turning movements on both access and egress at both ends, and we can't get a truck into the laneway.
Well, one of the things that I heard from the residents and the business is that they've actually seen other trucks going in and out. They have videos. They've shown us videos actually of other trucks going in and out. Can you comment, like, why can those trucks go in and ours can't?
So I believe the deputant, and I know there's a video that's been circulating as well, referred to a private sector vehicle going in. They are reversing into that laneway. And it's a policy of ours in solid waste that we do not reverse into narrow laneways like this because it does present a pretty significant safety issue. Forward through is what we use. You got to be able to drive in one end and out the other in order to access the property safely.
If I may.
We
No?
And the reason why we do it at Boner Place, which is the laneway just on the other side of the Green P, is there a difference in the laneways?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, Boner is wider. It actually meets our standards. I'll check, Lisa, do we actually go down Boner? Yeah, yes, we do. It's residential, but we do go down it.
And these standards are set in conjunction with our workers, or is not? Is it just practice? Is it, how do you define what standards we have?
They're actually part of our development guidelines, development standards.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Holiday?
It's maybe more of a technical question, because I've got the sat photo here, or the aerial photo. If pickup was allowed in Dragon Alley, where would the containers go? And I'm looking at the map in the report and the satellite, and it looks like some of these buildings have zero setback on the alleyway lane. So where could they put their, could they even put their containers, or would some of them have to still put them out on the front on College?
Through you, Madam Chair, they are, and we do have some photographs if you'd like to see them of where they've put some of these containers. You are correct that the building structure itself goes right from the front street to the back street. There isn't space there, but there are some pockets within Dragon Alley where they can store some of their carts.
Yeah, so some of the properties are set back. It looks like they're generally used for parking, but would it be safe to say that not all of the businesses could actually put their trash into the laneway?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. I know, Councillor McMahon, you have a motion.
Well, I'm just going to move receipt of the item.
Okay. Any other speakers? Seeing none, then I'm going to ask for a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Last item is the driverless cars, the automated. I know everybody's been here a long time, and we are now at bare quorum. So I'm going to be super fast unless there's any questions for staff. Then I'll just move my motion and just speak to it very quickly. So I just wanted to say that, you know, I guess Uber is a good example of what we've gone through, where we haven't really kept up with technology, and it's been a very, I think, challenging issue for the city, since it's been almost on every city agenda, council agenda, since this term began. And so why I put this forward today is because whether you want to believe it or not, self-driving vehicles will be a reality on Toronto streets very soon. And some people are predicting in North America 2020. So I think it's very important to be proactive and be leaders and prepare for this and actually formalize this. And so the purpose of my motion today is to ask staff to come back with a report that will outline the results of their actions to date, as well as recommendations moving forward. I also just want to take this opportunity to acknowledge Stephen Buckley, who's the General Manager of Transportation for the City of Toronto. And if you didn't know this, you'll know it now, that he's been a real leader on this file, certainly nationally and maybe even internationally. He's been very involved and engaged and taking a leadership role. So that's something for us to be very proud of, that our General Manager of Transportation has been very active on this file. And so now we have an opportunity to hear about that when this comes back in the form of a report to committee, and just to help us get on top of this, because other cities are, you know, in a similar situation. And when you don't stay on top of new technology, you're left scrambling, and that's not where we want to sit on that issue. So let's help shape the conversation versus react to it. And again, our congratulations to Steve for being so proactive and being a leader on this very exciting potential new initiative for our city. So that is it. I will move that. All in favor, that passes, and that is carried, and that is a wrap. Thank you, everyone, for your time and your attention. Got a lot of work done again today, 16 items.